Hello, hello. How are we doing today, folks? If you can't hear me, let me know. But I think you can. Hi, everybody. It's jury duty. Heck yeah, popcorn. Dude Icarus went a little wild pre-show, which I love. The guy in the thumbnail looks like a Jack Linus Tech Tips. That's so funny. That is so funny. The only thing that I can ever think of with Linus Tech Tips is when he confused um the R word with the hard R. That moment will live on forever in my brain. Origin or generic indie wrestler or someone whose name is Matt who had a career ending baseball football injury we will never shut up about. I could have gone pro. No, man, you could have been a nicer guy to the nerds in class. So I did not read the title. Never heard of him, but name checks out. If you spell Eric like that, you are either a loser or a really cool dude, and he looks like a loser. See comment above why. Yeah, so we have to do sort of like a breakdown on this guy, Erik Conover, today. I also want to do sort of can we gather some more information as a group with Kimberly Sullivan, the stepmother to the grown man that she held captive for like 30 years. I need to know more about that, but I didn't have time in my personal life to do some digging. So I thought we could just kind of all do it together and chat that one out. And then if we have some time, we can, of course, do some more body cams because we love body cams. There are a ton available for us to do that. So yeah, so I think we're just gonna get started. There's a lot of things going on right now. My hair is redonkulous. I don't know what's happening. My hair, oh, I didn't shake it out. So that's my hair. This is my life. I'm a little on the tired side. So let's just get into it, shall we? Let's just get into it. I think we should. Intro. I love that intro so much. I love it so much. And I like lost the data for it, so I don't know. I have to scrub some things. I gotta go dig deep to find um the Premiere Pro project. Internet is, of course, being wonky. I will be able to fix that probably a little better once this video finishes uploading. It's got like 27 minutes. We're not going to start watching any videos. I'm just going to do some talking to start. There are like a few little videos, but it's mainly like news articles. So so that is okay because I cannot find the full video of the video that I want to find the full video of. I can't find the full video of it. I don't know if it's even available. I don't know if just clipped bits are the only things that were released. But if I find the full video of the full video that I want the full video of, then I will be very excited that I have the full video of the full video that I want the full video of. So let's talk about, drum roll please, Erik Conover. Erik Conover. Let me pop up his YouTube channel here. So you guys can see who exactly, it might jog your memory better than a half naked photo of the dude. So let's pop that up. Present. No, I don't want that. I want this one. Okay, so this dude, this Rooney. Whoa, what is happening here? Oh, weird. There's a weird thing happening. There we go. This Rooney. Sorry, there's a odd oddness going on. This dude, Erik Van Conover. He is a very popular YouTuber. Does he have shorts? Are shorts a thing? He does have shorts, and they do rack up tons of views. So these are the types of shorts that are always going to like evergreen viral shorts because $50 million Gilded Age NYC mansion, $35 million old money, New England estate, anything like that is like surefire way to just get a crap ton of views. It's not, I don't want to say it's clickbait because he's showing you the product. He's showing you the house, he's showing you the estate, the mansion, the cars, the this, the that. But it's clickbait in that it's you want to click on it because the majority of people aren't able to afford a $10 million Brooklyn penthouse. So we all have dreams, we all have wishes. I really don't care about any of that stuff, but Erik Conover does. He's into it. So he has, and I know it's a strong start. This is weird. This is odd. Give me 1 second. Give me uno momento, por favors. Uno momento. Okay, looks like it's coming back a little bit. So Erik Conover has been arrested, and he has also publicly crashed out. And I don't know if I'm okay right now in this time calling it that because I want to show you guys, I want to share with you guys, I want to give you information because is it a crash out or is it a mental breakdown? Is it something that he can control or is it something that he cannot control? That is what I want to try to figure out today on an opinion, not actually diagnosing anyone of anything because we don't do that here, but we can have our thoughts and we can have our own opinion. So who is Erik Conover? He is a big rich white man. I mean, he's super rich now. I'm sure. I mean, he was bringing in thousands of dollars every month. He has a YouTube channel with what, almost 3 million subscribers, but we'll get there. His YouTube channel description. Shall we see it? Sup, Vicky B? What's going on? His YouTube channel description. I need you guys to see this. I need you guys to see this. Okay. And I will this internet thing. Oh my gosh, Rooney. I wonder why it's causing problems. I wonder why. Do you remember? Sorry, I'm pretty sure it's probably really gross on your end right now. Maybe not. Maybe not that bad. Okay. So his YouTube channel description. Yeah, with like bigger ears. With like bigger ears for sure. Okay, Erik Van Conover. Merging architecture, sacred geometry, and AI consciousness evolution. This channel explores homes built for energetic resonance and human expansion. So, quick question, what the fuck does that mean? Merging architecture, sacred geometry, and AI consciousness evolution. This channel explores homes built for energetic resonance and human expansion. Bro, you walk through mansions. You record with a drone big grass lawns. What? I am I this is giving me an existential crisis. Um I can see architecture, sacred geometry, but the moment we step into AI consciousness, bro's on another level. This is one of the largest red flags that I have seen just pushed in front of my face. And you know what's really common to do? Not read someone's channel description. It's super common to just go to someone's channel, click on a video and watch it and not dig any deeper. Super common. So how many people actually of the 2.76 million people follow him have read his YouTube channel description? I'm very confused. And so we'll go through and we'll check out some videos and remember this: architecture, sacred geometry, AI consciousness evolution. This channel explores homes built for energetic resonance and human expansion. What the fuck does it? I don't even know what that means. I have an idea of what he thinks it might mean, but like I don't get it. From luxury estates designed with frequency-based intelligence to real estate infused with ancient wisdom. Bro, you went to like the Home Alone house. And quantum design principles. These are the spaces shaping the future of conscious living. I'm having a hard time and we just got started. I'm having a hard time and we just got started. From luxury estates designed with frequency based intelligence to real estate infused with ancient wisdom and quantum design principles, these are the spaces shaping the future of conscious living. Bro, what? What do you even mean? Watch as we bridge divine architecture with AI intelligence. No, no. Explore homes built on ley lines, harmonic structures, and energetic flow. Bro, it's marble. It's brick. It's wood. I get feng shui. I get, oh, this space feels weird. Oh, this paint color makes the room feel small. This paint color makes the room feel tall. Do this, do this. I get that. I get that. But this I don't get. This is an internal break, right? This is something that I feel as if is it's try hard. It's giving very I'm better than you. Like it's giving very, I'm smarter than you. I'm fancier than you. I know more about literally everything than you. Um, but at the same time, you're so dumb because it doesn't even make any sense. See how scared, see how scared I am? See how sacred proportions impact human well being and high performance living. I have like the biggest question I've ever had in my entire life. What the fuck is high performance living? Anyone? Anyone? Come again? Come again? Sacred proportions impact human well being and high performance living. I can't get behind this level of nonsensory. I can get behind, hey, I have studied, the ancient Romans and Hinduism and Buddhism and this and that and this and that. I've studied this. I've traveled. I've experienced. I'm comparing architecture from then to now. How does a room make us feel? With the temperature, the paint, the tones, the materials, this and that. I get that. I can get that. I get that. But you are not. What audience are you targeting with this? What are and I'm not saying he did a bad job. He did a great job. He's got 2.76 million followers, subscribers just on YouTube. Great job. But like that's not the people who are watching you or subscribed. The people who are watching you and also subscribe to you are the people who are maybe one daying I'd be able to afford a $10 million Brooklyn penthouse, but I got to go to my third job. I'm watching this on TikTok on my break. Like, what? I can't do this. Like, bro, you're no, nope. Okay. I don't want to go too hard. Let's get there. Let's work our way through. Subscribe and witness the future of architecture where homes don't just house you, they elevate you. Erik Van Conover. Well, thank you. And no, I won't be. No, I won't be subscribing. But what I will be doing is talking about why people are seeing your face on their cellular devices. Okay. That's what I will be doing. He's the type of guy who would call himself an alpha. I'm an alpha. I'm an alpha. Okay, so why are we talking about this guy who I'm going to go out on a limb we've never heard of? If you have, cool, but I have never heard of this dude. Never been blessed with hearing Erik Conover. When I saw Erik Conover, I said, "Oh my God, did the names get switched in my brain?" And Adam Conover go absolutely berserk, because this is what my brain thought I saw very quickly, and I said there's no way that Adam Conover has lost his mind. I don't know if you guys know who Adam Conover is. He's fantastic. I love him so much. Adam Ruins Everything was one of those shows that like made me re-fall in love with like learning things. He's such a cool dude. He's super fun. He's been super active. He's just, there's a lot there. We love Adam Conover. We love all of his friends. He's brilliant, and I support everything he's ever done. I support everything he's ever done. So I was like, oh my God, Adam Conover, what's happening? No, Erik. We love Adam Conover. Shouts out to Adam C. Big ups from us. I don't know. Okay, so go back to Erik Conover. He has about 2.76 million subscribers on YouTube, over 960,000 followers on Instagram. He has 1.3 million followers on TikTok, 680,000 followers on Facebook, and of course, he has an IMDb page. Now, why does he have an IMDb page? Because he is also a little bit of an aspiring actor. And he makes it very clear that that is a thing that he liked. I think he really wanted to be like the next superhero. Like we don't know this guy, but he's so hot. And look, he's friends with, what was the guy's name? Liam Hemsworth. He has a thumbnail with a Hemsworth. I worked out. It's probably a popular one. Give me 1 second. I worked out with Chris Hemsworth. That's a thing. He's like, oh, I worked out with Chris Hemsworth. Whatever. His YouTube channel is clearly a form of I don't know Erik Van Conover, but I feel like he didn't necessarily come like started from the bottom, now we here type of energy. Like I feel like he started from like in the center-ish, and now we're here, because I don't know, but that's just the vibe that I get. In March, okay, so jumping to March. In March, Erik Conover was pulled over and arrested for driving while intoxicated. Already something bad, right? But if we jump back over, and we're gonna be jumping a lot, so let me just pull this back up. I can only share one page at a time, so it's like so if we jump back over to his YouTube channel, I'm going to point to a video from 2 months ago. 2 months. 2 months ago. And mind you, he got arrested in March. How I Got Sober from Alcohol, Building Legacy, episode 1. So let's take a quick little gander into this. And now I want you to know that this is not like any of his previous content. None of his content was like this before. It was vlog style it was vlog style, or I'm touring a rare historic New York City carriage house and that has almost 1 million views, or $49.5 million NYC Gilded Age Mansion that has over 910,000 views. 1.1 million views, $8.5 million Chicago Sky Mansion luxury penthouse tour. This was his content. He did a little test of content recently. From what I was scrolling, he did a little test of something. And he got, I think, inspired from something touched him, something hit him, and he did a living in Greenland's most remote village for 7 days. You probably have, probably. His shorts are probably everywhere. They're super viral, absolutely. And he did a test of living in Greenland's most remote village for 7 days, and that was about a year ago, and that did almost nothing compared to all of his other videos. This is me. I'm just talking to a couple people here, but compared to all of his other videos, it only didn't even touch 200,000 views compared to 8.5 million Chicago Sky Mansion at 1.1 million, 2.5 million dollar I lived in the most expensive motorhome in the world, almost 1 million. So he tested something out. But this wasn't just a normal test of like different content. He did something different also. Which this I think was very much a start to some change. Clearly an aspiring actor, a day in my life living in New York City as an off-Broadway actor. This is his content. This is it. This is what he did. But let's go to How I Got Sober from Alcohol, Building episode 1. And let me grab my earbuds because we want to hear it, right? You guys want to hear this shit? It's very different. Very, very different. Preparing.
$444 days sober from alcohol.
All right, let's listen to that again. Right? This is March, or he was arrested for a DUI in March of this year. So just last month. And this video came onto the internet 2 months ago about
1,444 days sober from alcohol today. Welcome to episode number 1 of my podcast, Building Legacy, episode 1.
I just want to say, just because you are 1,444 days sober does not mean you can fall off the wagon. You absolutely can. But it's going to be tough in your I do a lot of things. I'm on all the social medias. My life is out there. I'm saying this story. I'm telling this story. I'm posting this video. It's a very tough hurdle to get over when you post online. I've been sober for almost 1,500 days. That's years. There's only 365 days in a year. That's years. I've been sober from alcohol for this long. And then in like a month's time, you get a DUI. Now, I just want to play a little bit of this and see and gather. I'm going to ask some questions. I'll play a couple of this. I'll jump to, this point and this point. Let's just listen to a little bit of it. And then I'm going to ask you guys some questions.
Episode 1, How I Got Sober. And with that, my name is Erik Conover, and I like to write. These are actually 2 of my journals from my 30s. I have a volume of 3 from my 30s.
Cool. Okay. A lot of people journal. Love that for you.
In my opinion, journals are the #1 accountability tool for building a legacy. Journals are sacred. Journals are the most direct and impactful way to mark progress and change in your life.
I feel like he had maybe a near-death experience and was like, oh my God, my mortality is hitting me. I need to build a legacy. My YouTube channel is not going to be enough for people to remember my name. And do people really need to remember your name? And I'm not saying immediately after someone's lost, but do you really need to be in history books? Is that the point of life? Or is it a point to just be a better person and continue on a daily basis to be better and recognize when you weren't and then recognize when you were and to learn and to be creative and to love and to have joy? I don't I need to build a legacy. You don't. Millions of people do it every day. They don't build a legacy. I'm just saying. This is weird.
I've been keeping journals since 2002. So
Cool.
the better half of my life, I've been keeping journals. And I wanted to read you a passage from 2 years ago. I wrote in bold.
Do you think this was just a room he already had in his house and was like, oh yeah, that's a perfect place for the American flag? You know what? This is great. I'm going to do my podcast in here. I'm going to do that here. Or did he set this up like this? He's giving Amway MLM. So dead. Because he is. This is a hard watch. Just what I got through maybe 2 minutes of it yesterday, and I was like, wow, I am dry. I can't even get.
Let people see your soul.
You don't always have to.
That is exactly what I plan on doing in the episode today. Episode #1 of Building Legacy. It's called How I Got Sober. I'm starting this podcast as
I love that. I love
an act of service.
I love that for you. I love people getting sober, recognizing it was an issue. I'd love that for you. I love that. And I will give you the space to tell your story. I absolutely will. I will give you your space to tell your story. I will listen to you. I will hear you. I will recognize your achievements. I will, as a person, if I know you, I will send you the good vibes. I will talk to you. I will tell you you're doing great. Keep it up. We want you here. I don't want anyone to think that I don't want them here. That's awesome. I love that. People are trying to get sober every day. Today is so many people's day 1, right? And they may not make it the full day. And you know what? That's okay. If you made it a couple more minutes longer than you did the next day, the day before, awesome. Tomorrow, make it another hour. Tomorrow, make it another 2 hours. Tomorrow, make the next day 3 hours. And then you have a full 24 hours. Brilliant. Awesome. Keep trying. Keep doing it. I love that. But don't make a podcast and then a month later get a DUI.
Service. If I actually really reflect and think about it, this podcast is so important to me because it's literally the first time in a decade of creating content online that I'm making something from conscious intent rather than compulsion. That feels amazing to say because conscious creation comes from a place of abundance and it comes from a place of security, whereas compulsion comes from scarcity. And I had a
I don't agree.
say because conscious creation comes from a place of abundance and it comes from a place of security, whereas compulsion comes from scarcity. And
Maybe for you, that's fine. If he's I don't I mean, like, I don't know. I don't think so. Not for me. Not for me. No, I don't. I don't like that. Why do you have a script? Who's filming this for you? I just have so many questions.
I had a scarce mindset for far too long in my life, and getting sober was an awakening to that. I'm not even going
Okay,
to
good.
sugarcoat it.
Yeah,
In the
for him.
process, we're going to talk about some very deep things like spiritual awakenings, and getting sober for me was a spiritual awakening. And with that said,
And this, he said it, not me. And that is exactly what I think he might have gone too far in. So, awakening yourself spiritually, do you, boo? To you, right? That is none of my business. But when you endanger people in public places, then it does become everyone's business. And that's why I'm talking about him today. Because it was more than just a DUI. And we'll get there. I just want to try to tell like a complete little story here. I think that he might have fallen a little too deep. It is so easy to replace one addiction with another. And so replacing your alcoholism, your desire for a whiskey, you need a drink to get through the day or to start your day or to end your day or, in the middle of the night because you can't sleep anymore. When you replace all of that with something else instead of actually, and I'm not saying this is what happened, but this happens all the time. You replace one addiction with another. And if you replace your alcoholism with, being spiritually awakened or following a book or doing this and doing that, it's not actually healing a problem. Yes, your body will heal from not having alcohol in your system 24/7. You may feel better, you may see better, you may speak better, your skin's going to get better, you might lose weight, you might gain weight. Your body is going to change, your life is going to change, everything's going to change. But if you replace that addiction with something else, your mental state is still addicted to something. And if it's so addicted and you need more and you need more and you need more and you need more, and it's the only thing that can get you through the day, it's what you rely on to breathe, to eat, to write, to dress. If that's what you rely on, then that is a problem. And I fear relapsing, falling off the wagon is going to happen a lot faster because you're not getting the same end result from the addiction, that you have swapped out to now be all about AI consciousness and what is my favorite one? Uh where homes elevate you, frequency based intelligence, that's how we get to my neighbor's an alien type of stuff. So you want to make sure when you are healing or fixing or trying to fix or looking to fix or thinking about fixing an addiction like alcoholism, you want to do it wholly. You're not just, I don't want to drink anymore. I don't want to be addicted anymore. I want to be able to heal the addiction. And just swapping it out can be really dangerous. And I fear that that might have happened. And it can, twist with your brain. You lose sleep, you have nightmares, you think completely different. It's really hard. It's difficult. It's not easy. So like major props to however long you have been or are sober. Absolutely. But like that's why AA is so great. That's why having sponsors is so great. They can recognize, hey, you're just swapping addictions. You are putting the beer down, but you have not put down, you just bought 18 packs of hot dogs, like that's a problem, and we're not having a barbecue. So like what do we have to do here? Let's find a middle ground. It's hard. Therapy is great. Go find a therapist. Go to all of the meetings. Talk to your friends. Talk to your loved ones, because your loved ones are going to be much more, in my opinion, much more accepting of having the conversations of how we can get help, how we can forward your help, how we can forward your sobriety and fixing your addiction, rather than they're drunk again. You're making the fix. There are people who love you, who care about you and support you. Find them, and don't try to do it alone. Don't try to be secretive about it. Don't try to fight the urge. It's just like when you're on a diet, you're like, oh, I'm going to eat 1,200 calories today. And then the next day you're like, I'm dying. Then you binge. So it's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. And I just fear that he might have gone a little too far with turning into some modern thinker instead of just a normal dude. that's that's my rant on from what I have seen, and we'll keep watching.
Said, this is my first time speaking candidly online about addiction and, more importantly, recovery. I don't want to focus on gloom and doom. I want to focus on what I've done to have an alchemy of the soul to better my life. And it's specifically through my sobriety. That I've learned some valuable lessons that I feel compelled to share. In getting sober, for the first time in literally my adult life in so many years, all I had was the stillness of my mind. Nothing to numb it with, because that's essentially addiction. Is you are numbing your mind because you do not know how to mitigate your emotions. And when I got sober, I just remember I just sitting with my thoughts, reflecting. In that stillness, I had the ability to reflect on what my life had become, and more importantly, what I had built, but even more importantly, what was I leaving behind. And I went to my YouTube channel, and there was maybe 10 videos where I would feel comfortable sharing. And it's literally not until I started doing these old world home tours where like I'm happy sharing them, because I actually have a deep, deep resonance with history. I went back and I looked at those videos and I said, this is brain rot. This is a guy. I say a guy because it wasn't me. It was a dude in a suit, like doing the hand.
Stop yelling at me. I get what he's saying, for sure. You're seeing things and feeling things completely different. But like, let's not recognize that you probably have had, so let's not recognize that you have the ability now to be able to get any sort of support that would cost any sort of money, or need to travel from anywhere to do anything to help with your addiction, because of the brain rot that you produced for a decade and the millions of people who follow you all over the internet. So like, let's not diminish that fact as well. It's not easy for everyone, and there are benefits to having money that a lot of people don't have. And of course, everyone's like, well, if you stop buying liquor, you'll save a lot of money. Not necessarily. If you're just drinking liquor and you're just eating, a couple snacks here and there, and you're drinking, 50-cent beers from the gas station, it's a completely different, it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe, because when people saw you, they didn't see an alcoholic. When a lot of people are seen as an alcoholic. So let's recognize a little bit of the privilege,
hand
as
gestures
well.
And the magic hands and
Not
the whole fake mannerisms,
while at the same time not diminishing the really true problem that all alcoholics suffer from, which is alcoholism, which is a disease. So,
and like I watched that and I was like, what the hell are you doing? I specifically almost demoted myself.
Did he just say fake mannerisms? Because this is giving fake mannerisms. This is giving, see, this is hard because when he's reading from a script, it does not give me, wow, this is from the heart, this is from the soul. Like, I'd rather just listen to someone have a stream of consciousness than have a script telling me your story. Like, I'd rather have just full stream of consciousness, like, yo, I used to be an alcoholic. Like, let's talk about this. Let's talk about how I did this. Let's talk about where I am. Let's talk about how I got out, what helped me, you know, why do I support AI consciousness? You know, like, let's have a real conversation. But having a script is giving me fake mannerisms. It's giving me that. That's what I'm getting. I'm getting that you actually don't want to tell your story because this has been typed out and printed out. Who has a printer? If you don't work from home, do you have a printer at home? Did he go to the public library and print this off? Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it's giving not what the words are saying. Yes, to having a print. I have a printer at home. Shut up, Vicky. You're not helping me out, man.
Myself to being a host on the internet, and it chewed away at me. I wrote down here, and to be 100% feeling like absolute shit about my legacy, disgusted, crawling in my own skin. And that made me realize I need to do something. I need to actually be a co-creator in my legacy. But then you're probably thinking, Eric, you know, this is 2020. Yeah, it took me 3 years to break from the comfort of making those home tours to actually changing and creating this. Most people in the world today, myself previously included, we don't even give the idea of building a legacy a second thought. That is something so abstract. You know, those are historical figures. Those are people. Those are
no, because it's not, because we've gone past the point of needing to feel like we need to have a legacy. Like, I totally disagree. Like, I totally disagree with, oh, I need to have a legacy. Vicky said I need this appointment to shut up disrespectfully. I don't feel like I need to have a legacy. I just want to do what makes me happy. And if I, on my very last breath, 1,000 years from now, because if AI consciousness is real, I ain't going nowhere anytime soon. My last breath is, well, what will my legacy be? I did not live right, in my opinion. I didn't live right. Because I don't need a legacy. I just need my people to know I love them. That's it. This is making me sad. Like, I have like a tear in my eye. This is making me sad for him, that he feels that he needs to have a legacy to be a successful human being, to be good at living. You need to have a legacy. Period. I love you. Like, what is, yeah, it's exactly, it's giving Hamilton. Like, what is a legacy? That's it. You know, that's all I need. I don't need to tell the internet that I need to do something for people to put me in books, to write about me, for my story to live on until the end of time, to be put up my face. I am the new Mona Lisa. Like, I don't need that. I don't want that. Like, what? I don't understand. And I think that's a normal thing. Like, sure, oh my gosh, my face is gonna be in a museum. Very cool. But what happens when the moment they change the exhibit? That photo is going under one of those weird like art tarps, you know, in the back room somewhere. What's like, people aren't ever going to continue to talk about you and every single day for the rest of time. You know, like, no one's gonna write a music, and I think it's, you're not gonna win the lottery. It's one of those things you have to just sort of accept and just continue living and allow what you do on a daily basis to be what people remember you for. And I think, bro, you had a pretty cool legacy. You were showing off places that people could never go to. You were showing the insides of houses that people would never see. You're inspiring interior designers. You're traveling the world and giving a piece of something that, I probably will never go to Greenland. Show me more Greenland. That's awesome. Like you were adding to the internet, and you should just allow that to be your legacy. And if you want to do something else, that's totally fine. Go do something else, but don't shit on the hundreds and thousands of videos that you did, showing people like how the rich people live. It's inspiring for some. Maybe I'll try to start a business, or maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll save some money and I can start investing, and maybe one day I can have a $10 million Brooklyn penthouse. Like you are doing things that are creating a legacy, but your name may not be always attached to that. The person who invested in Nvidia and pulled before everything tanked, and now they're sitting on a pile of cash. You might have inspired that, but they're not going to then start a company and do this and say, because of Erik with a K Conover, I invested in Nvidia and I pulled, at a really high peak, and now I got a crap ton of money, and now I started this business, and now I'm mining for more gasoline. Like, it's not always it. Let your legacy be what it is. Like, you have no idea how many people you've inspired to want something, to do something, to try to get something, to work harder, or also made feel really, really bad about not being able to afford any of this stuff, or, not being able to get their beard lined up every 2 weeks. Like, you've done good and you've also done bad, and that's okay. We all do good and we all do bad. I'm sitting here making fun of you and you're sitting in jail. So, like, that, some people could see that as bad, but, like, let's talk about it. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. And that makes me really sad that he feels that he needs to make a legacy. You're going to forget to live.
Those are mythical people. That's not me. This show is meant to share that we are all called to build a legacy, whatever that looks like. That's like looking at George Washington and saying, oh, that's some historical guy on the dollar bill. We can all have a legacy. This show will be an amplifier of the voices of the strongest modern legacies being crafted today.
I hate that.
With the one key message urging us to recognize that you are invited to have a legacy. You're invited to not hide in drugs, consumerism, frivolous sex, addiction, limiting beliefs.
What if I want frivolous sex? What if I like being a consumer? Drugs can be super cool, bro. And see, this is where I think, like, okay, just because you do a drug, just because you have drinks every Friday, just because you do this, does not mean you are addicted to something. But this is where I think he might have swapped an addiction for another, because he is now saying, you're invited to not do all of those things that I think are bad. I see as bad now, because I was in that and now I'm out of it. A little frivolous sex for some, just, adds to the day. A little drug here and there, super chill. Super chill. A little consumerism, like, yeah, I could probably go. I was thinking about going shopping for, like, some new summer pants, maybe something linen, maybe some nice wide leg denim. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to do that. Does not mean I am an extreme consumer and I'm addicted to consuming and buying. That's not fair. That's not fair to put your pain onto others' day, I don't know. So, should we
all
keep
the
watching
layers that
more?
keep us shackled down. Plain and simple, sometimes we're born into some pretty shitty legacies. Your legacy you inherit from the day you take your first breath on this earth. In today's episode, we will explore.
Bro, I if he had a bad childhood, I'm sorry. A lot of people have really hard childhoods. A lot of people have really hard adulthoods. A lot of people have really hard in between hoods. And a lot of people die living a full 100% from beginning to end hard life. And I think as a grown man who is presenting himself to have a lot of money, because that is not a room that a poor person would sit in to record a podcast. A grown man presenting himself to have a lot of money, enough money, more than enough money, should tread lightly on pointing out when people have bad legacies. Just because your bank account might be fatter than mine does not mean your legacy is going to be better or is better. Just because someone grew up in a house with multiple rooms instead of the one that I grew up in, which only had one, does not mean my legacy was worse. Just, you gotta be careful, because legacy does not, someone's whatever they grew up in a legacy, they were born into a legacy, whatever he's going for. I'm going to play devil's advocate right now, because I have seen a lot of people from a lot of different I don't know, classes, you know, and it was really easy to have fun growing up with not a lot of money. And I was able to watch, and I was able to see a lot of people who had a lot of more money not have as much fun and like live in the real world with social people. And it was different. And they were taught things like how to be classy when like you're 7, like, oh, you girls don't sit like that. It's like, well, I do, and I'm a girl, like I like my knees pointing this way. Sorry. So there's I don't like that. I don't like that at all. I don't like this. God, I don't like this. And it's I hate this so much.
Explore the first crucial step to building a legacy: choosing yourself. Legacy is not simply something we leave behind. It is the summation of our daily actions, and it requires daily commitment to build a legacy of impact. The only way society improves is for us to realize that we can actually have some control over building our lives.
Right. So then just
and
live.
For this first episode today,
so then just live. You have full control over your life. This man sitting here has full, complete control over his life. No one, no person, no government, no law is going to ever say you cannot do what you want to do with your life. For this guy. Let me make that clear. For that guy. So just live. I need to make a legacy. I need to control every single. No, bro. Like, I'm going to need you to go get a Frosty from Wendy's right now and dunk some fries in it, because that shit is good. That shit is good, right? I've been craving a Frosty for like 3 days, and I can't. I don't eat fast food, but like I really, really wanted it right now. So I'm gonna need someone just go have a Frosty with some fries for me, please. Like, I need this guy to just get off of your high fucking horse. Come on down. Come on. Well, I mean, it kind of already happened. Come on down. Walk on the brown grass with the rest of us, right? And look at what we're seeing. We're all going to work. We're all hanging out with friends. Well, we're all going to get groceries that are way too fucking expensive. We're all complaining about how groceries are way too fucking expensive. We're all working a little extra, doing a little overtime, doing a little this, because rent's too goddamn high. Gas is too goddamn high. You still got your car note, right? Like, we got things to do. People out here raising multiple kids. People out here, people out here just saving up for a new pair of shoes. And yes, everything is in control for you. For you. I don't like the projecting. I don't like it. I don't like the preachiness. I don't like the how you're trying to sell me something with a stack of papers in front of your face. I don't like how you're not actually talking to us. You're just talking at us. I don't like this. I do like that you were sober though. Congratulations. Allegedly. I don't want to. Oh, that was me.
I will
I'm
be
sorry.
sharing my true story for the very first time.
Golly, you're like Attorney Alessi. You just keep telling me what you're going to tell me. Just tell me already. Just tell me already.
On the internet in the most distilled, honest manner, because I think we all reach a point in life where it's just like, what else is there? Specifically, I want to share the lessons that changed my way of thinking and plainly saved my life. Each episode will start with the guest's past legacy, the legacy we inherit, right? So today I'm beginning with myself. Where did my legacy begin? What legacy did I inherit? And essentially for the guest, what legacy were you born into, for better or for worse? And for my own legacy, it's very interesting. I actually, in the past year or so, and since getting sober, found out a lot about my own family history. Before I dive
Privilege. I'm going so hard on this guy and I'm really sorry, but privilege. Because there's a lot of people right now that could be sitting here listening to this. They don't have any way of finding out about their family history, because their families could be stolen, rehomed, as Brian Albert would say. A lot of people in this country, which is United States of America, if I have some like random Australian listening, well, also to be fair, Australia, a lot of people just rehomed there, stolen from where they were minding their own business, taken to somewhere else, escaped from dangerous, unworthy for living places all over the world, and changed who they were, made an identity change when they got off the boat or got off the train or got off the bus. A lot of people don't. A lot of people only have what is exactly in front of them. And so to sit there and be like, oh my gosh, my history goes so far back. Oh my gosh, da, 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 da. I found out so much about my family. Okay, great. That's cool. That's awesome. Good for you. That's not always possible for people. And like sometimes maybe someone doesn't want to give the government their DNA with a 23andMe, Like maybe that's I'm so scared.
Before I dive into my
Let's just
family
listen to a
story,
little.
again, why you should care, I literally carry around pictures of my ancestors.
Shut up. That's really mean. My brain just said, people just lost everything in fires. There's America's always burning, right? But just going back to the LA fires just from a couple of weeks ago, there are people who lost every single thing. And you're just like, I carry around pictures everywhere I go of my family. Great. I don't have them anymore. They burned up because global warming, because everything is dying, because everything is like it's dust in the wind. It's dust in the wind. But good, I'm glad you can. I don't know, this feels weird to me. I don't know. And I don't want it. I got stuck in a loop. I don't want it to feel weird because I just don't like him. But there's something about how he is saying all of these things to us right now that is making me really upset. Like for you. He's saying, oh, everyone can do this. You are in control of your life. Not always. I don't know. I'm having a hard time with this. I hope I'm not alone. If I am alone, that's fine. But I'm just having a hard time with him in this space, in this room, in front of that wall, with the mic inside of his mouth, sitting on that chair in that suit, probably with that watch that I can't see because I don't know if he has a watch, with the fade and with the lineup, the edge up. I just need the American flag. I just need you to know that you are not riding into battle for our country right now. You're not doing that. You're not alerting that the British are coming, right? You're not doing that. That's not what you're doing. You're talking to people and telling them how you got sober. Tell me how you got sober. Put the damn papers down and talk to us. Be a real person. You want to be a real person. You want to be a real person, right? You want to show them that you're real and this is a thing that everyone can do. Everyone can get sober if you want to get sober. But you're sitting there and saying, "Oh, history, my legacy." I don't give a fuck.
Big moments, big meetings. It sounds superstitious, but yeah, in a way it is, because all I will say is energy cannot be created or destroyed. Therefore, it lives on forever.
Bro,
We're
write
made
a
up of
book.
energy. Make with that which you'll want. And this brings us to the third section of the
like I'm being
podcast.
really
The
mean.
outline for all the episodes of Building Legacy is the future legacy. These are the main lessons, and essentially what is your vision for the future of not only your own legacy, but more importantly, how your legacy will impact the world. So you can imagine, hopefully, the types of conversations we can have on here. And again, that's the thing. I'm a conduit to just get these ideas out there. Like, I really just want to use this as a place to build community and to disseminate ideas and information. So again, the vision for the future, my vision for the future with this podcast.
Why are you acting right now, though? But why are you acting right now? I'm a conduit. I just want to use this space to build community, disseminate these ideas out there. Why are you acting, bro? It's all an act. This is an act. He is an off-Broadway star, right? This is an act. He's acting. There is nothing real about what he's doing. And it feels weird, right? His movements, his eyes, the paper, the adjusting, it all feels weird, right? Does it feel a little weird? Feels weird because he's acting and he's playing a character. But the problem is he hasn't fully developed this character. So it's weird. So we don't know. He want to make it off Broadway. But I'm sure that he carries those pictures around to his auditions. So I'm just being mean at this point, and I'm sorry. I don't mean to be mean today,
but
this is weird.
The future starts right now with this first episode. Which, if I'm being transparent again,
bro, who sits?
I was so nervous to make this.
That to save my life.
It was very nerve-wracking, and I didn't think it would, but because it meant so much, it was. The vision for the future of this podcast is creating consciously with the goal of helping others realize that they can build their own legacy through integrity, purpose, and self-actualization. Whether sobriety plays a part in that or not. In my story, it did, and I imagine in a lot of people's, it probably will. And like I mentioned at the start of this episode, today is day 1,444.
Actively dying at the I can't. Okay. All right. So we are currently in the most replayed spot, which is about 8 minutes in. So we'll get through
without
that.
alcohol.
Great. Awesome.
Like, I have to say that again to hear that for myself. It's 1,444 days without alcohol. And that feels fucking amazing to say. That's not something where you wallow in on yourself. That's where you puff your chest out and you say, fuck yes, I broke my generational fucking cycle of trauma.
What? Okay, good. Good for you. I'm not going to be mean right now. I'm going to be truthful. Good for you. If you grew up with a family, your parents, their parents, alcoholics, love to drink. It was a forever thing. Need a drink for this, need a drink for that. Good for you. You stopped it. You broke that, some would say, curse. You said cycle of generational, a cycle of trauma. Good for you. Awesome. Well done. But the problem here is that about a month after you posted this video, you got a DUI. So that's where I want to kind of circle back with this stuff now. That's what I want to do. That's why we're here today. Well, plus the more. Are we done? Can we be done with this? Can we be done with this? I think we need to be done with this. It's okay to be done with this, I think. Um, yeah. So when Erik Conover was arrested for DWI, driving while intoxicated, driving under the influence of intoxication. I don't know. Whatever the hell it's called, he did it. And he said, uh-oh, I got arrested. I don't have the body cam for it. It just happened a little while ago. I got arrested. Bummer, right? But what I am going to do is I'm going to post on Instagram, show my bruises from the handcuffs. So that was cute. I'm not even going to pull that picture up because it's so worthless. But this, I think, is where where his downfall has sort of taken apart by this, like taking him apart by the seams. So he has had this magnificent journey into being sober. You know, he's been sober for like 1,500 days, and it's a big thing, and he's doing a podcast, and he's different now, and AI consciousness, am I right? So he's fighting all these things, he's awakening spiritually, he's doing all of this, and then boom, life smacks him right in the middle of his eyes. And he gets a DUI. And this is where it all starts. So I too wrote things down. I got inspired by him. I too wrote things down, and I said, for a lot of people, this is where it starts. This is where the downfall kicks in to like overdrive. And I say this from a realistic point of view: hiding in your home, in your privileged life, with your private friends, in your private space, doing your private things equals having things under control. Like, oh, I have it under control. Oh, I can stop whenever I like. Oh, I can stop whenever I like. But you're out drinking, everyone is drunk. You're doing drugs with other people, so everyone's doing drugs. You get confident, you get comfortable, you do more of it. You have the money, you have the time, you have the body, you have the jawline, you have the power, and boom, lights and sirens, right? You can say all you want. I could say anything on the internet, you know? I could say anything on the internet. It's like, yeah, no, I know jujitsu. Dope. You can say anything you want on the internet. But getting sober is a different thing. You know, maybe he defines sobriety differently than someone else. I don't know. But there are times when people are getting sober and they say, I got it. It's under control. If I have one drink, it's not the end of the world. I can control it now. I can stop. And that's when everything starts to happen, right? That's when everything starts to happen. And then you get pulled over and you're like, right hand, right nose in the parking lot of an Arby's at 3 a.m. As a normal non-public figure, you don't really have a choice on how to handle your DUI. And so you just handle it. As a public figure, that boom sounds like Nagasaki. When you are a public figure, you have to make the decision to acknowledge it or to not acknowledge it. Can I get the idea of topic? Sure. Hi, Hunter. How are we doing today? So we're talking about I almost called him Alex. Erik Conover, who is this guy here. He makes well, he used to make, I think, right hand, right nose. He used to make big fancy, look at this $48 million house. This is a tour type of content. And then he made a podcast and he said, I'm sober and I have been for like 1,500 days. And that video was uploaded about 2 months ago. But about a month ago, he got pulled over for DUI, handcuffed, taken, held, released, bruises on the wrist from the handcuffs. So we're having a conversation about the sort of the downfall, the crash out, the privilege, all of that here wrapped up, and then also what happened after, which we haven't gotten to, which is like the reason why we're here. Um and so Erik decided to be upfront, and he posted that picture on Instagram with bruised wrists. And of course, he's an engagement whore. He's an engagement whore. He loves engagement. He loves when people watch his videos, because more people watch his videos, more people click on his content, more people watch his videos, more people click on his content. Go to Instagram, Facebook, blah, 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 TikTok, blah, blah, blah. That means more money. We love engagement. So, of course, he posted about his bruised wrists from the handcuffs. And so at that point, what's going to happen? If I posted to a thing where you guys saw I had bruised wrists, I was like, just got uncuffed or whatever, y'all would be like, for what? Give me information, right? People are going to be reaching out to you. They're talking to you. They're texting you. You're going to feel so popular. I want to be popular, right? You're going to feel popular. Yay. Look at all the people. Look at my phone blowing up. Look at my notifications on fleek. Yikes. So that, also another addiction. And so people are going to be like, why did you get arrested? Very odd for someone to do, and then to sort of force himself into a corner about talking about why he got arrested from a month ago, when he was posting a video on how he's been sober for almost 1,500 days. But why did you get arrested? Well, they thought I was under the influence of what? A drug or an alcohol? Okay, but aren't you sober? So why would they even think that? Why were you driving erratically? Are you okay? What's going on? Are you unwell? Do you have an illness? Are you ill and not in the cool way? So everyone's going to be like, "Oh my god, what happened to Erik? What happened? What happened? What happened?" And I think he might have just freaked out. Because what happened a couple days later, I guess I could go full screen. What happened a couple days later, totally crazy. And I say that in a super nice way. So what happened a couple days later was this. Let me just make sure I have the right article up. All right, we shall read an article. Okay, I know, but it's necessary. Okay, so we have an article titled "New York Man Charged with Attempted Murder for Allegedly Hitting Police Officer with Car." This is days after his DUI arrest. Outspoken Erik Conover denies charges during his arraignment. So we'll watch the video in a little bit, but let's read the article first. It looks a lot different than in his little "I'm Sober" podcast. Conway, New Hampshire, a New York City man who is well known on social media, is in a New Hampshire jail facing attempted murder charges after he allegedly hit a police officer with his car. Erik Conover denied the allegations in court Monday and said police falsified the paperwork. A problem with sort of situations like this is if there was a police car or anything sort of involved at all. There's dash cam footage of it. So quote, "I have everything right here and it's all falsified," Conover said during his arraignment. Conover was outspoken during his court appearance. If anyone dares, if you guys want to see it, if anyone dares try to test my mental competence, I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now, he said. And that's not being egotistical when I tell you, oh my God. According to police documents, the pursuit started after Conover was allegedly seen driving 55 miles per hour in a 35 mile per hour zone. Police said that after 8 miles, Conover stopped and an officer attempted to de-escalate the situation, but Conover allegedly drove at the officer and hit him in the leg before speeding off for another 28 miles. This sounds like a man who is completely sober and is 100% completely in control of his life. Am I right? Am I right? Okay. According to the paperwork, the officer was thrown 40 feet in the air and suffered a leg injury. Conover is facing several charges, including attempted murder. Because that's the charge you catch when you drive a vehicle into a police officer and his position has changed 40 feet. Okay? That's the charge you get. You don't get to pay off a DUI with this one. You catch a real one, all right? Conover is facing several charges, including attempted murder. In court, Conover said he was a public figure because of his nearly 3 million subscribers on YouTube and said the incident was part of a police sting against him. What did he do to make the police want to fucking get him? What did you do, bro? His parents made a virtual appearance in the hearing and urged him to listen to attorneys. That's privilege. Just saying. I want to continue to call it out when I see it. That's privilege. I don't know if you've ever watched arraignment hearings or seen arraignment hearings. You don't, this is a grown ass man. This is not like a 19-year-old. Like, oh, well, legally, he's 18, so, blah, blah. This is a 19-year-old kid or anything like that. This is a grown ass man whose parents on Zoom came into the arraignment and said, oh, baby, they're trying to help you. I'm sorry. What? But whatevs. Whatevs. The state asked that he remain in preventative detention. Yeah, you cannot be released on your own recognizance because you are a danger to society. You have just attempted to kill a police officer. You drove into him hard enough to change his position with a difference of 40 feet. His parents made a virtual appearance in the hearing and urged him to listen to his attorneys. The state asked him to remain in preventative detention. Now, the state's position is that when a law enforcement officer signals for you to pull over and stop, you should do so, said County Attorney Keith Blair. On point, Keith, on point. The defense asked that he be released, saying he was not a threat to the public and has no criminal record. Well, to be fair, you actually do. You got a DUI just from a couple of days ago. That's the freshest record I've ever seen. He has had a chance to review the police reports on this matter and denies these allegations. Defense attorney Nicholas Howie said he does not agree with the reports as they are stated. I don't give a flying fuck. Police said Conover was arrested Wednesday night for a separate drunk driving charge, which Conover denies. Bro, it was you. I've been sober from alcohol for 1,558 days, so to press me on a DUI, I'm a public figure, he said. The judge ordered Conover held on preventative detention. He's scheduled to be back in court next week for a probable cause hearing, which this was from March 17th. So he's going through it right now. He's going through some things. But do we want to watch the video? Do we want to watch the full news reporter clip of it? Seeing it might make you feel different. Look, Wendy's Biggie Bag. They're listening to me. Oh. What we're not going to do is watch an ad. Okay. Oh, I can't control volume. Okay. I'm in the fast lane from LA to Tokyo. I'm gonna get grabbed for this on YouTube. Hold on.
Erik Conover had a lot to say before his arraignment this afternoon. If anyone dares try to test my mental competence, I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now. And that's not being egotistical.
Police paperwork says the pursuit.
Can we all just accept the irony, though? Like, both his podcast and his hearing is directly in front of an American flag. I'm sorry. I just have to, like, can we just talk about he looks like he's in jail. He is in jail. Yeah. Oh, he's not getting out. He's in jail. He's wearing his papers. He needed to have a competency hearing because there's concern about his mental capabilities right now. Yeah.
And that's not being egotistical.
Police paperwork says the
Definitely
pursuit
not
started
being
after
egotistical.
Conover was going 55 in a 35. After 8 miles, Conover stopped and an officer attempted to de-escalate the situation, but Conover allegedly drove at him and hit him in the leg and then sped off for another 28 miles.
Our Father who art in heaven.
The paperwork says the officer
Stop.
was thrown 40 feet, suffering a leg injury. Conover is facing several charges, including attempted murder.
Oh, thank God. Look at me.
Today in court, Conover was outspoken, claiming that he's a public figure because
So this is why I wanted to talk about this. So let's just
of his nearly 3 million subscribers on YouTube, and saying this was part of a, quote, police sting against him.
All right.
Okay, Eric.
All right.
They're here to help you.
The state asks that he remains in preventative detention.
The state's position is that when a law enforcement officer signals for you to pull over and stop, you should do so.
He has had a chance to review the police reports in this matter, denies these allegations. He does not agree with the reports as they are stated.
The defense asked that he be released, saying he's not a threat to the public and has no criminal record. Police say he was arrested Friday night for a separate drunk driving charge, which Conover denies.
I've been sober from alcohol for 1,558 days, so to press me on a DUI, I'm a public figure.
The judge did hold Conover in preventative detention. He's due back in court next week for a probable cause hearing. In Conway, Kelly O'Brien, WMUR.
Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate you. So here is the issue. If it was not you at that DUI, don't you think that could be resolved super fast? Let's get some body cam. Let's get some dash cam. Let's get some paperwork. Don't you have to be fingerprinted when you get arrested? He had handcuff marks, bruises. He got handcuffed, right? So he was taken in. What do you mean? Where's any security footage, body cam footage, dash cam footage, no text message from you? I just got out of jail. I just got released because I got a DUI. Where is any, I'm going to need some evidence to tell me that it wasn't you. So I would love to see the body cam of the DUI. And so to say, I am not egotistical, but I will, and let me get the quote right. If anyone dares to test my mental competence, I will eviscerate every single person with my intelligence right now. And that's not being egotistical. That moment. So let's do a little bit of math. So he said on March, let's see, 16th. We'll give it a day window. March 16th, that he was 1,558 days sober. No, I want a calculator. So we have 1,558 minus 1,444, 114 days. Let's see, let's just do a rough divide by 30. So almost 4 months. Bro recorded his podcast months. Did I do that math right? I don't know. I'm not too sure, but it feels like did Bro record his podcast? He recorded his podcast at 1,444 days sober. And that went up 2 months ago. So he recorded that like 2 months before. Whatever. I really don't. I probably did math wrong, but that's what I'm. Yikes. That's a big yikes for me. So, anywho, that was a little bit of Erik Conover. I don't trust his count of days. I don't trust his count of days either, because it's giving wrong. It's giving wrong. Because if you recorded this podcast at 1,444, let's do some math again. We like math. Oh, God damn it. I don't want a calendar. I want a calculator. Okay. So he's telling me at 1,558 days sober, he is screaming in his little jail outfit. But he was 1,444 days sober. So 114 days before that day in March, let's say 16th. So what day was 114 days before March 16th, 2025? November 22nd, 2024. That's what I'm getting. Minus 114. November 22nd, 23rd. Not the praying. Don't drag Jesus into this, right? That was a tough one. You heard me. If he recorded his podcast in November and posted it, let's see, April, March, in February, and said I'm 1,444 days sober, and then he was arrested, then sure. But that's a long time to be sitting on I'm sober. Let me tell you how you are in complete control podcast. Like that's a long time. 4 months to be sitting on that. That's a long time. And it wasn't like a high edit need piece of content. That's a long time. We do have another article. About that was the 25th about the competency hearing. Pretty much the same information. Not much has changed. Closed door competency hearing was held Tuesday for a New York City man accused of hitting a Bartlett police officer with his car last week. Erik Conover is facing charges that include attempted murder. There's way more than just the attempted murder. County prosecutor said the reason for the 40-minute competency hearing is confidential. I did not elaborate on what was discussed. The original hearing was postponed, so an evaluation can be done. According to police documents, the pursuit started after Conover was allegedly driving 55 and a 35. Police said that after 8 miles, he stopped, de-escalated the situation, but Conover allegedly drove at the officer, hit him in the leg before speeding off for another 28 miles. Conover had a DUI a few days before, deny all the allegations. Conover was outspoken during his arraignment last week, told the court he was a public figure. Judge ordered the preventative detention, and police officer is recovering from what his parents said was a leg injury. We will probably not hear too much about the officer who was injured, just in case they do want to file a personal lawsuit against Erik Conover, which might be possible. It might not be, depending on how bad the injury. If the injury takes the police officer completely out of being a police officer, there might be some wiggle room for a lawsuit. Will they do that? Most likely not. You know, you kind of sign away like you understand you're going to get hurt in this job. Competency hearing, though, that's a conversation that we should have. Why do we think someone on either the prosecution, defense, or the judge themselves said we need to have a competency hearing? This guy is not in the right state of mind to understand what's going on. So a competency hearing is to sit down and make sure you understand what's happening to you. You understand why you're here. You understand the charges. Are you able to make these decisions? Do you know what 2 + 2 is? And if you say some random religious thing instead of just answering with 4, we may have a problem. Evaluations are necessary for some defendants. Did Erik Conover just crash out, or did he suffer from a complete mental breakdown? This is why we're here right now, because was he acting? And there has been a lot of people coming out, making their comments heard on social media. He's acting. He's an actor. He wants to be an actor. He's acting crazy. He wants to play the crazy card. It'll be better for him if he's crazy. You know, you don't have to go to jail. You just go to a psych ward, blah, 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 blah. That type of stuff. Is he crazy, or is he acting? It does kind of seem like he had a mental breakdown, in my opinion. I agree, because we saw him acting. We watched him act. We watched way too long. We watched 8 minutes. 8 minutes and 8 seconds. We watched 8 minutes too much of his podcast, and that was him acting. Even just the short clips of him in this video, of him in his little gel paper shirt and, with another American flag behind him, that I don't think was acting. And during that, he was giving manic. This feels like this has been a long road that may have started due to getting sober, or it was just going to happen anyway. This feels like this has been a long road leading to a person who is now in a state of turmoil, and in quite possibly the worst place to deal with that. Because the worst place to deal with someone going through a manic episode, someone going through extreme depression, extreme anxiety, is jail. That's not a comfortable place. That's not the best place to be, you know? Just give me one moment. I just have to send one message out super fast. Okay. Sorry, it's my sister's birthday and I needed to send her a message. Don't tell her I told you that she doesn't like birthdays. So yeah, so this was let me he's very uncomfortable in his video, right? Like he's very uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable man. This is a man who is like giving fear, like he's giving I don't know if I'm ready to say all these things. He had to write it down. It was not coming from the heart, it was not coming from the soul. He was playing a persona. He's putting on this, this energy. He was not, this was not a, I am going to sit down and I'm going to finally tell my story in the way that I want to tell my story. And it may not be interesting to everyone, but it may be interesting to some, and it has meaning and it has purpose in my life. And, here is why. This was giving, if I don't tell my story right, my legacy will die. And I came from a bad legacy, and I will never, ever let that legacy be my legacy. And I don't even understand this whole legacy theory that he has. Like, I get it. There are some people who do something and now you're on the dollar bill. But not everyone gets on a dollar bill because there's only one person on the dollar bill, and like, what is even his money? Money is paper. It's a made up construct. Like everything's made up. Nothing's real. So he's going through it there, but he is not able. There is nothing in his video that is going to make anyone go, oh my gosh, this man is suffering, because all of his words are saying, I was, but I'm not anymore. But his body, his eyes, like everything's giving, I'm acting. I'm not being actually me right now. Because can we be honest and truthful for 2 fucking seconds? Men, I don't think there's a single man watching me right now. If there is, men, I need a question answered. Are suits actually comfortable? You like it? Buttoned all the way up, give me a tie, give me a jacket. Hell, throw a vest in between the two. You got your shirt this, you got your shirt this, you got this, you got this, you got the pads, like, is that actually comfortable? I don't know. I would assume not. I would assume not. But he doesn't look comfortable. And if I'm going to sit down and I'm going to tell my story, I'm going to be so comfy. Like, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to tell my story. I'm going to tell you all the things, all the bad things, all the good things, all the weary things, all the uncomfortable things, all the gross things, all the silly things that happened to me, and why all of that makes me who I am. I'm going to be hella comfy. I am not going to put a gown on, right? I'm not going to put a gown on, throw makeup all over my face just to tell my story of who I am, because that's not who I am. Who I am is rolling up in my slides, and my little cardigan because I get chilly, got the poor circulation. That's who I am. So I'm going to tell my story that way. I'm going to be comfy. I don't need a perfectly manicured room. I got snacks though. Y'all want a cup of tea? I don't need that. And I'm not saying that it has to be my way or it has to be his way, but he is not giving, I'm living right now. And I said that like 7 times. He's not living. Everything's ruled. Everything's this. You can control this. Your legacy this. Your da-da-da-da. Everything's about the future after. It's giving broken. And I said it earlier. I said like a shit ton of times. He replaced one addiction with another. And I think it broke his brain. And I don't say that to minimize what's happening to his brain right now. I wholeheartedly think when he saw his mom pop into that Zoom call and he said, look at me, look at what happened to me, look at me. That was a real moment. That was so real. He needs a coach. He does need an acting coach. Yeah. I don't think he's that good of an actor. I think he's like the kid who like always got like the leading roles because like, like jawline, hair and all that stuff. But I don't think he's that good of an actor. So yeah. So this is where Erik Conover is now, and I think people seeing him having those explosive moments and not taking a couple extra minutes to look at where he was before those explosive moments could very easily say, oh my God, he's acting crazy. He's sitting there acting crazy, right? I don't think he's acting crazy. I think he was trying his darndest to act normal and it wasn't working. And it wasn't working. This video was not working. This video, not, it is not convincing me that you are a normal dude with a story to tell. That's not what this is giving. Alien in a suit. You know, this is giving someone who is completely out of touch. Like there's no connection between mind, body, and soul right here. But there's a lot of words saying that they are connected and they're risen and they're learned and they're changing how they live and everything is better now. No. So yeah, do I not like the dude? Sure. But I can also sit here and say, I don't think he's acting when we see those crazy moments from him, from his arraignment and his competency hearing and all that stuff. I don't think he's acting in those moments. I think he spent a lot of his career acting on YouTube, making TikToks. I think he spent a lot of that acting as, you know, oh, I love this. I work out like Chris Hemsworth and look at me, buddy with a celebrity and I'm rich and look at all this, like just the hand movements alone. He's like, look at all this grass, cool, look at these windows, AI consciousness. And so when I read his channel description, it felt off. It felt like someone who's not actually on reality, like standing on planet Earth in the real world of reality to me. I don't know if that has been changed recently to be this existentially superior than the other whatever type of energy it has. But that's where we're currently at. That's where we're currently at. With his moment in the world. You know, that's where we're at. He had a DUI. Shit got wild. A couple days later, he's out here running from the cops, kicking police to 40 feet away. I don't know. I hope that he's able to get some sort of assistance wherever he is, but I'm going to keep an eye on this one because this one is a little strange. This one is a little odd, you know. And he is sitting in a position of privilege while at the same time being so unprivileged if he is experiencing some sort of manic episode, some sort of that's how I'm in the gown though. That's how and that's so you. I would literally expect nothing less. And it's just I don't know if this guy just has forced himself to try to accept that suits are super comfortable. But it doesn't have to be. You know, you can be rich and not wear suits all the time. It's okay. I see it every day. It's just you can be both. You can be that. You can be something completely different. That is fine. But if it doesn't feel real to random people watching it, it's probably not. Because like we have like human instinctual intuition sort of, like, ew, it feels awful. This feels off. This feels gross. This feels icky. I'm getting the ick. I'm getting a weird vibe from you. Go with your gut. Always go with your gut. So this guy's having a moment. I'm going to keep an eye on it because I want to know what happens. Like I said, he's coming from a place of privilege when it comes to finances and where he is and stuff like that, and having, he had his parents rolled up to, the meeting. He's got support, but he's also coming from a place of the least amount of privilege by having some sort of mental health instability. That is going to sort of bring you down to a really low totem status when it comes to policing in America. And I don't mean that to like be mean. That's just the truth. So that's going to make things very difficult. You have to make sure if you find someone incompetent to stand trial, you have to make sure they are actually incompetent to stand trial. You have to make sure, are you pleading guilty because you don't know how to say not guilty? Like do you understand how can you test someone's comprehension? It's hard. There's people who are trained in it. So it's going to be a little bit of a battle. It's going to be a little bit of a long road for all of this, but at the same time, there are consequences for your actions, and your actions resulted in driving at a police officer and throwing him 40 feet. So, we got to find the middle ground here, recognize this is a thing. But at the same time, like, there's consequences. So, this is like the real world. Like, this is probably some of the realest shit he's actually ever experienced. And he is getting all of it at once. Like, he's getting every little bit of realness, like manic episode, is what I'm assuming. Something, some level of anxiety that is shooting, skyrocketing his stress levels. He's in jail. He's in jail. He's been pulled over twice. He's been arrested twice in a week. He does not get to wear his fancy suits. He's probably cold. He's very hungry. His hair is going to be messy. His beard's going to be overgrown. He's shitting in a room with other people. You are thrown into the trenches when you go to jail. So yeah, it's just a suit of worms trying to act. He's just a pile of hams. He's just a pile of hams. Yeah, so that's where we're at with Erik Conover. What do you think? What do you think? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? I don't necessarily wish him I wish you the best. I don't not wish him the best, but I can't sit here and wish him the best. You tried to run over a police officer. You did hit one hard enough to throw him, and that's a human being with a family. And, if you were speeding, just pull over. So it's hard for me to be like, oh, I wish you the best. I kind of do, but not really at the same time, like I wish you weren't going through a mental thing that probably led you to the point of attempting to murder a police officer. And then I'd be, and then it's easier when there isn't something that you can't control, for someone who put on the internet that you are in control of every single thing you do. You got to take this one, you got to take this one because you did it. No one else did it. And that poor car too. You see those busted tires? We're going to take a break. And then when we come back, we are going to, cause I got to pee. I need to eat some food real fast. So I got to do those very human things. I got to do that. But when we come back, we are going to learn together. We're going to do a learn together. We're going to talk about one thing, and then we're going to talk about S. We're going to talk about a thing that I saw, which is definitely it's not a happy thing. I'm sorry. It's a sad thing. But then we're going to talk about another thing, and we're going to watch some videos and learn together just because I want to learn about it. I've seen the articles and the alerts and stuff like that, but I haven't had time to digest any of the actual information. So we're going to learn about the rescue of S as a team as well. So I'm just going to take a little break. So what is it? 125, 35, 45, let's say 150. Give me a little bit of time, a little bit of a break here. Come back at 150 and we will, we'll do some learning together. We all love learning. So I'll put in the chat back at 1:50 p.m. EST, because I don't know where everyone else is from. So we'll be back. Bye. All right, folks, we're back. We're back. So the next thing that we're gonna do next up on the docket, we are going to. I need to eat food. I eat it really fast. Oh my god. Okay. Next up on the docket is we are going to. I just want to share. I don't know if you guys know about this, and I do have. A little worry because it seems could be normal, seems odd, seems not normal, but could be, but seems like it might not be. It's giving confusion. It's giving I don't know, and I don't really have too much, like, here's some articles that know information, besides people sort of posting things like their own opinions. So I don't know, I'm not sure, I don't know, so let's we'll just talk about what happened. Excuse me. So let me pull this article up. The amount of ads on these articles is absolutely just horrendous when I just want to learn about this situation. So let's see. I don't have an ad blocker or anything either, because it causes more problems sometimes. So this is an article titled 6-year-old girl found dead after going missing in Mississippi, had no signs of foul play, sheriff says. Now, this is a sad story, so please prepare yourself if you don't want to listen to this. This will be short. I only have 2 articles to go over, but to share some thoughts I thought would be nice for us. So scrolls down. This is from April 17th. So this was posted yesterday. And it's an adorable picture of a girl with baby chicks, and she's just glowing with joy. And that there is Gracelyn Vick, who tragically passed away a few days ago. So Gracelyn Vick, the 6-year-old girl who was found dead after family reported her missing, had no visible injuries to her body to suggest any foul play, Harrison County Coroner Brian Switzer said. A member of a search crew found Gracelyn, a student at Saucier Elementary School, inside a 58-gallon barrel on the family's farm in the area of F. Taylor and Saucier Fairley Roads about 6 hours after she went missing Sunday, according to Harrison County Sheriff Matt Haley. The barrel has a top that either screws or snaps shut. Her family usually kept animal feed in it, but the barrel was emptied that day and was sitting outside. There are absolutely no signs of foul play, Haley said. The residents had security cameras that covered the area where the barrel was located. A review of the camera's footage showed that no one else ever walked to the area where Gracelyn was until her family started searching, Haley said. After reviewing the video multiple times, it was determined that while playing outside, Gracelyn went inside the barrel herself and closed the lid from the inside. In addition, the sheriff said deputies recreated the series of events multiple times before coming to conclusion that the only way that lid on the barrel could have been in the position that it was in would be if it was done by someone already inside the barrel. The little girl's family had reported her missing after she went outside to play around noon. Gracelyn had been outside with her mother, Vicki Lynn Hutcherson. Oh my gosh, sorry. Gracelyn had been outside with her mother, Vicki Lynn Wedgeworth Hutcherson, another relative, and his son before everyone but Gracelyn went back inside. A short time later, Gracelyn went missing. A preliminary autopsy performed Monday confirmed the child's body had no signs of trauma and no signs of any type of attack. The results of a full autopsy, which would include the manner and cause of death and the results of toxicology testing, are still pending. In a press release late Wednesday, Harrison County Sheriff Matt Haley announced that he would update the investigation at a news conference at noon on Thursday. Earlier in the week, he quashed rumors that someone had been arrested in connection with Gracelyn's death. So that's rumors in a time where a child is gone missing spread like wildfire. It's really unfortunate and tragic, Switzer told the Sun Herald. I hate it for this family. This is the second accidental, tragic death that I've had to investigate for this family. Switzer first investigated the accidental death of Gracelyn's older sister, Victoria Hutcherson, aged 13, in a car crash in March of 2024. Their older brother, Larry Hunt, died of a long-term medical condition at the age of 18 in July 2021. Yeah, exactly. And this is what is setting people off that something is going on with this family. I don't know where I stand, but I am definitely heavily leaning towards that tragedy is just sort of looming over this family, versus any sort of foul play at this point. But this is in fact very concerning. There are a lot of concerned voices on the internet about this, like TikTok videos and stuff. There's a lot of concerned voices. There's a lot of questions being asked. So, yeah. Yeah. What exactly? Exactly. The search for Gracelyn galvanized the community, leading to help from over 100 people, including residents and members of Harrison County Sheriff's Department, the Stone County Sheriff's Department, the Harrison County Fire Service, Gulf Coast Search and Rescue, and others from surrounding law enforcement agencies. In addition, the Sheriff's Department used drones and dispatched its helicopter to aid in the search. After the child's body was found, the sheriff asked the public to pray for Gracelyn's family and all who are involved. So it's a photo of the road. A family's pain. Gracelyn's aunt, Jackie Polk, described her niece as a smart, loving, strong-willed little girl whose first love was spending time with her mother on the family farm, named Gracelyn Heritage Farms, in her honor. She was just a lovely girl, Polk said. She was smart, and she loved to be outside taking care of the animals. If she wasn't caring for animals or hanging out with her family in Saucier, she spent a lot of time with her cousin at her aunt's home in Kiln. Look at all these ads. The girls enjoyed simple things like rolling down a hill together, Polk said, or running through a sprinkler to cool off in the sweltering Mississippi heat. They also loved it when they wore matching dresses their aunt picked out for them for church services. They were friends and loved each other very much, Polk said of the two cousins. This is so hard on all of us. And then I guess there's just a full Shaw's ad at the end of this. Very nice. Very nice. So I saw another article that I think I think this one goes a little bit into body in a barrel. This is insane. Yes. Yes, it is. It is insane. Two holes. Yeah. I mean, I'm at a loss for words on this one. Vicky Lynn. Vicky Lynn. So give me 1 second. So this is from April 14th from Yahoo News. And it goes into, it covers basically the same information, but I think out of respect for the family, we should read this one as well. For those who knew and loved 6-year-old Gracelyn Vick, her death is hard to accept. I haven't slept, her brother Robert Pittman said Monday. It doesn't feel like reality. I'm just trying to make the timeline make sense. So there's a little bit of weariness there. A search began for Gracelyn in the area of F. Taylor Saucier Road after her family reported her missing Sunday afternoon. Harrison County Sheriff Matt Haley said about 6 hours passed before a search party found Gracelyn near the home. This is a photo, backyard, lots of toys, lots of places to play and sort of hide about, but it just looks like a sanctuary for kids, essentially. Like, what do you want to do? Ride bikes, go on the slide, do a swing, trampoline, like there's a bunch of things to do. effing suspicious that it's the second suspicious death. Yes. And I don't want to add to rumors or make up anything, but I think people having a concern, feeling suspicion, having questions, wanting to see the video, the security cam video. Do we need to see it? No, I can understand people wanting to see it, just to sort of quell, dampen the need to know what actually happened, because we can't just live in a world where a 6-year-old just is disappeared, found in a barrel, and we just accept that, oh yeah, no one did this. Why would they go into the barrel and close the lid? We have questions. This type of situation raises a lot of questions, and it's fair, it's human nature to want answers. There are definitely times and I need to ask questions which will go over the line, over a boundary, sort of go past the I'm just an outsider looking in sort of situation, but it's still, again, it's human nature to want answers, to know what happened, because this doesn't make sense in the soul. It makes sense, mathematically, physically, it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to your heart and soul. It just doesn't feel right. Just like Erik Conover, his video did not feel right. And we're all just sort of writing what our gut says. And there it is. The sheriff said he expects to find more answers about what happened to the Saucier elementary school student after her autopsy is completed. My word stopped. Reminder, this was from a few days before the other article that we read. Haley also quashed a rumor that someone had been arrested in the child's death. So far, no one has been arrested in the case. It's too early to determine if foul play was involved. We now know that he is saying that foul play was not involved. Graceland's death has left her family in shock and mourning. Absolutely true. Her aunt Jackie spoke on behalf of Graceland's grief-stricken mother, Vicky Lynn, on Monday, and she described her niece as smart, loving, strong-willed little girl whose first love was spending time with her mother on the family farm. It's the same quote from the other one. She was just a lovely girl. She was smart and she loved to be outside taking care of animals. Gracelyn and her mother spent a lot of time taking care of their assortment of animals on the farm: dogs, goats, chickens, turkeys, and guineas, to name a few. When I first read this, I thought it said guinea pigs, and I was like, I love guinea pigs, but it's like guineas, like guinea fowl. Just adorable, sweet little girl. You know, just so sweet. Oh my God, an Easter basket. Jesus. This is a hard one. Okay. A child's broken spirit after sibling deaths. So, Gracelyn had also been struggling in the last few years. Her spirits were still broken, her aunt said, over the March 2024 loss of her older sister, Victoria Hutcherson, 13, in a crash with a dump truck. At the time, Victoria was a passenger in a minivan that crashed into the truck while crossing Route 49. In Victoria's obituary, her family described her in part as someone who relished being a sister to her siblings and was very protective of them. In addition to Victoria, Gracelyn lost another loved one to cancer about 5 months after her sister's death. So at the age of 6, at the age of 5, 6, you can start to understand loss. You know, it's going to be in an immature way, you know. And when I say like, oh, they're so immature, no, it's not going to be as mature as an adult or someone who has experienced loss before, you know, in their teens and then their 20s and their 30s and their 40s. It's going to be different. They may not be able to tell people how they're feeling, because how do you feel? I mean, as adults, it's hard to even explain. I could only imagine what a 5-year-old is trying to say or trying to figure out about having a sister one day and then the next day there is no sister. That's extremely difficult, and you need people who are trained in assisting that. You know, it's hard. It's hard to, while grieving the loss of your daughter, trying to explain what is happening to your other daughter. That's too much for one person, and it is okay to get help with that. That's a really, really tough thing to still have to be a mother, still have to raise your kids while grieving the loss of one of them, piled onto the loss of another one, while trying to explain why, what, who, when, where, how. All this is happening to a very young brain, you know, a young child who may not completely be able to understand it. That is an extremely difficult position to be in, and I would never know. I wouldn't even know where to start. It did seem like there was family around them, so it wasn't just them. There were there were family and friends and a group effort. You know, it takes a village, but still, you are in such a tough position. You know, I don't know. That's really hard. That's a really hard thing. Just thinking about it is really, I don't know where you would even start. So in addition to Victoria, Graceland lost another loved one to cancer about 5 months after her sister's death. So she lost a sister, and then she lost another family member or close friend. And then prior to that, Graceland's brother, Larry Hart, 18, died of a medical condition in 2021. So that was like 4 years ago. So Graceland was quite young when that happened. It's been a rough year for her, Polk said. Since Graceland's death, her family has received an outpouring of support over social media and also had to contend with rumors about an arrest that hasn't happened. In response, the sheriff said, "We just ask that you pray for the family and all who are involved." So that was something that I saw pop up on my internet the other day, and I don't know it feels weird. It feels like we're missing something. I don't know why a 6-year-old would get into the barrel. I mean, I know why a 6-year-old will get into the barrel and close the lid because they're 6. They're I think you're still a toddler when you're 6, right? Like you're young and you just do things. Kids just, I see it every day. Kids just run. Kids just go, until there's a literal wall that stops them. Like kids just do things. They don't have anything in their brain yet to be like, no, don't do that. Like, hey, maybe think before you do that. They just do it. They want to do it. They do it. Their body says do it. They do it. But I don't know why a child who knows what those barrels are used for would do that. Usually there's feed in there. She was alone. Is another problem that I have as well. 6. It's hot. And you're alone outside. How many stories have we heard of, just kids going missing? I turned around for 2 minutes and they were gone, and that's not a blame on anybody. That's not me putting blame on anyone, but this is a really, really terrible, this is a tragedy for that family. But I would like it to be a reminder to others, like, routine or not, do they understand the things around them? Risk is always a factor. You gotta keep an eye on your kids. You gotta know where they are at all times, even if they're in your own backyard. Until they're old enough to know, you don't get into a barrel and close the lid. It's just so there's a little bit of suspicion, but even with or without the suspicion, extremely tragic. Just very, very sad, and I hate it. I hate it so much. But I wanted to tell you all about that, because if you see anything, any updates or anything, feel free to let me know. But also, wild things are happening out there, and that didn't seem like something that was going to maybe pop up on everyone's feed. It seemed pretty true crimey only, it wasn't like a national CNN alert or anything like that, which is unfortunate because I'd rather get alerts to be like, hey, let's go help this family, instead of, hey, by the way, our government is destroying everything that we know and love and care about. So, oh yes. Sorry, I didn't stop talking. I didn't stop. I lost a link and I want to find it. I lost a link and I want to find the link again. I found the link. Okay. And let's go back to oh my gosh, you guys want to hear a funny story? So I told my mom the other day, I was like, I'm not too old for eating Easter basket, right? And she was like, oh my God, fine, whatever. I'll mail you some candy. I was like, chocolate covered marshmallows, please, because those are my favorite. And she mailed me some candy, but we did not know. I don't know why. I didn't make her mail me some guys. So you don't have to mail me any candy. She did anyway. And what I didn't know is that my boyfriend's mom also mailed us candy on the same exact day. So we had 2 large boxes of Easter candy waiting for us after work yesterday, and we have a crap ton of candy. So much so that I went, oh my God. What are we gonna do with this candy? So I have Bunch of Crunch. My mom knows my favorites. So I have a Bunch of Crunch today, but this is just one piece out of hundreds pieces of candy. So I am gonna be handing out candy to people for a long time. But I love Bunch of Crunch. I love Bunch of Crunch. Always and forever. I'm a Bunch of Crunch kid. Listen to that. Little ASMR. Stupid. Okay. This is not the beginning of it, though. This is not the beginning of it. But I want the video of, like, I want the video. I got it. I got it open. I gotta find a video. Give me 1 second. Look at my face for a minute. Lost sight of them for 10 seconds. Boom, gone. It's so sad. Extremely sad. Extremely sad. And I don't even know, like, I don't have words to like portray just how sad that really is. Like, I could never even imagine losing a child at all. Oh, dang. Okay. Maybe if I just look this up. I can't believe I lost it. Oh, I'm so mad. All right. So this is where it all sort of started. I'm getting it now because I need to put it into a different browser. And then I need to hit enter so that it loads up and pause that. And I need to back. I'm getting it now. But this is where this story started. And we're going to sort of get some more information as a team together today.
Come over here. Go down the road. Come on. Come down. Come down.
Come on,
Who else is in the house? Who else is in here?
my stepson is in here.
How many other
Help
people?
him out.
Listen,
That's it. I have 2 cats.
Everybody's out?
Yeah.
But your stepson's still inside?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
yes.
come out. Come down the road. Come on. Come on. It's not safe to stay here. Come on.
All right, here he is. All right, my dog is
Come
shaking.
on. I know. Come down here. That's 287 code 3 victim. Fire victim.
Okay.
Come on.
My
80
dog
seconds right here.
is, I
Come
know
on.
my dog.
I know. Come on.
I'm coming.
You're seeing it. Got one victim right here. I need to stay over here. Yeah.
And the guys were sitting at the kitchen table.
Okay, so that was where that started, right? That was where this whole thing started. There was a fire. Police, fire trucks, wee woo, fire alarm. We got to go do our jobs, right? And we saw a woman outside holding a little dog and her phone. Come on, right? Cop goes up, hey, anybody else in the house? Yeah, my stepson and da-da-da-da-da. Okay, go away. We got him. We're going to go get him. Don't worry. We're going to go get him. When you hear stepson, what's the age that you sort of imagine? I'm sort of imagining anywhere between ASMR peanuts, pecans, cashews. I think Viggie's behind. I'm sort of imagining like teens, low teens, high teens, maybe even like early 20s. Are they honey roasted? But there was but this is a little bit of a different story. So we saw a fireman rush by carrying a human being. Rushed him into the ambulance. We sort of heard some yelling. This was like a moment. Like I don't know if they're hurt from the fire. We all were a little confused as it was happening, right? And so what actually we were seeing was a full-grown man being carried out of the house because he was physically unable to walk. This person was emaciated in ways that I don't want to say you couldn't even imagine, but emaciated in ways that we never see. So that was that. And I want to know what video is this? Who is this by? Am I going to get in trouble? I don't care if I'm going to get in trouble. for playing this. So let's jump to like an article. I don't want to play it, but I do want to, we can read it. So this is going to give us a little more information about what happened, because it just sort of immediately jumped to like, that was a 32-year-old man that they carried out of the house. This is a big deal. And so I'm learning a lot of this information with y'all as well. So can you see that? Probably not. Is that better if it's like that? So this is from Court TV. Stepmother charged after man claims he was held captive for decades. Waterbury, Connecticut. A man rescued from a burning home in Connecticut told a shocking story of cruelty and constant hunger as he was held captive in a single room for 20 years by his father and stepmother, according to a newly released arrest warrant. So what I'm imagining happened is this man was taken to the emergency room and they were immediately like, whoa, you are on the brink of passing away. What is going on here? And he's felt comfortable enough. Police showed up, conversations. I don't know how exactly it happened, but his story arose and said all of the things which led to the arrest of Kimberly Sullivan. I don't know about the father because I don't have the information, and we're learning together. Exactly. I love how Ronnie and I are like, our brains are literally the same. Whoa, where's the dad in all of the news? I don't know. And I hope that's something that we can figure out, because I knew there was some, I was drawn to this. I was like, I need to know more about this. I need more. I need to know more, because there's so much out there about it. I need more. And so I thought this whole thing was just a stepmother and a child. And I was like, wait, where's the father? Where's the dad, or the, the other guardian? Like, who does this human belong to? And why is this this is a 32-year-old man? Oh my gosh. So let's read on and let's all learn together. And if you guys like find any articles or anything, send me a link. We're here for discovery today. Let's see. So the man told authorities his confinement began when he was about 11 years old. He said he was locked in a room without heat or air conditioning nearly all day and night, and given limited food and water. With no access to a bathroom, he devised ways to dispose of his waste, including using a series of straws that led to a hole in a window. Because of a lack of dental care, pieces of his teeth would break off when he did eat. He saved some of his daily ration of 2 small water bottles to bathe without soap and cut his own hair. Oh, I was hella behind. I'm caught up now. I think there's a good amount that you could skip where it was just me blankly staring at my computer trying to find this one article that I was looking for. Wow. Okay, I want to read this one again. With no access to a bathroom, he devised ways to dispose of his waste, including using a series of straws that led to a hole in the wall. Because of a lack of dental care, pieces of his teeth would break off when he did eat. He saved some of his daily ration of 2 small water bottles to bathe without soap and cut his own hair. The years of cruelty ended February 17th when he set fire to the house in Waterbury in a deliberate effort to save himself, and told his story to responding police and firefighters. This is incredible. The years of cruelty ended February 17th when he set fire to his house in Waterbury in a deliberate effort to save himself and told his story to responding police and firefighters, according to the arrest warrant, charging his stepmother with kidnapping, cruelty to persons, and other crimes. Why is this shaking? It was shaking. I'm sorry. I have no idea why. Police are now trying to determine how this could have happened without anyone noticing and whether any warning signs were missed. Waterbury Police Chief Fernando Spagnolo said at a news conference Thursday that investigators want to look at records from city schools and the state child welfare agency. Well, yeah, y'all should be ripping apart all of this stuff, because what do you mean there's just a child who grew up for 20 years confined in a room and his urine is being pushed out of straws through a hole in the wall? What are we doing here? What the hell? Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Here we go. We're going to feel outrage. We have to accept it and move on. We have to accept the outrage and move on. Take the outrage, understand the outrage, you can comprehend the outrage, and we're going to carry on because we are here for discovery. This is Discovery Day. And we're here to learn. Where's the dad? Okay. You guys like those shoes? Okay. So the man, now 32. Okay. What is this website? The man, now 32, is identified as male victim 1, who I am now going to refer to as S, because that is what he has requested to be referred to. This is many like weeks, like this was very recently that he said, please refer to me as S, the letter S. So I'm going to do that from now on, because that's what he has asked us to do. He is searching for his new life. He is searching for healing. He is searching for growth, and he is moving forward with his life. And so that's what he was requesting until he decides otherwise. And I think that's fine. I think that is completely acceptable. So I will call him S. The stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan, 56, posted $300,000 bail Thursday and was released from custody after appearing in Waterbury Superior Court, said her lawyer, Loannis Colloidis. I feel like, Ionis. I was like, shouldn't the name be capitalized? I'm an idiot. Ionis. Ioannis. I'm pronouncing that wrong. He said Sullivan, who was arrested on Wednesday, denies any wrongdoing. Her next court date is March 26th. Look at that fish. I would encourage people not to rush to judgment. Colloidis, that's how you would say that name, right? Colloidis said in a phone interview, this woman is presumed innocent for sure. Yeah, I get it. But she guilty as hell. The man's father died last year. There it is. The man's father died last year, while his biological mother has not been a part of his life. Colloidals, that's yes, or coitus, like there's a lot. Ioannis, I mean, I don't, that's a tough one. Sorry, human, for grabbing that name, especially when it comes to the is. So she kept it going all by herself. Yeah, she had a whole year. To just be chilling with her stepson held captive. And I'm going to finish this article and then I'm going to get back to this thought for sure. The man's father died last year, while his biological mother has not been a part of his life, authorities said. He and Sullivan lived in the home that he set on fire. Cool. Look at that face. Medical personnel said the man was near starvation and had wasting syndrome, a condition of weight loss and muscle deterioration. Sorry, you guys can't see behind my face. My B. muscle deterioration when he got to a hospital, the warrant says. At 5'9" tall, he weighed only 69 pounds. 69 pounds. The man was on death's doorstep. If he didn't burn that house down and get firefighters in there, it would have been neighbors calling the police in a few months because there's a smell coming from that room. That would have been the next step. This man said it's now or never, and he burnt that house down. And he said, I'm out. I'm done. We have a lot of things to talk about. We have a lot of things to talk about. He was treated for smoke inhalation and diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. Yeah, I mean, you don't really need to be diagnosed to do that. To hand that diagnosis over to that guy who has been suffering for his entire life, because you cannot tell me that it did not start with him being locked up at 11. His suffering started. Oh my God, this website is terrible. His suffering started his entire life. He was suffering, and I feel so bad for us. Damn. But we out, and it can only go up from here. Spagnolo said the man S faces a long road of physical and mental treatment. He said police are supporting him, including taking up a collection to buy him clothes and other items. The man told police, and by the man, S told police that he was constantly hungry. When he was in school, he would ask classmates for food, steal food, and eat out of the garbage. In later years, when S was out of school and confined to the house, S would get 2 sandwiches a day and some water while locked in his room. This photo of this crazy woman, this photo provided by the Waterbury Police Department shows Kimberly Sullivan, who was charged Wednesday, March 12th, 2025, with kidnapping and cruelty for allegedly holding her 32-year-old stepson captive for more than 20 years. There it is. I mean, it's the blue liner for me. You know what I'm saying? Clown makeup. I'm not sorry. It's the blue. Yeah, it's the blue liner for me. This is a face of I got caught. Shit. Jesus. The police is sorry. I need to move my face, obviously. The police's only interactions with the family were in 2005, the chief said. One was a welfare check after children who attended school with S before he was pulled out expressed concerns about him. Children expressed concerns in 2005, 20 years ago. Children expressed concerns about S 20 years ago. Children recognized suffering. The second and final time was after the family made a harassment complaint against school officials for reporting them to state child welfare officials. Officers who went to the home said that they spoke to the man, then a child, S, and reported there was no cause for concern, Spagnolo said. Officials with the State Department of Children and Families, which investigates child abuse, said Thursday that they have not found any records of agency involvement with the family, but were continuing to look. They added that reports of neglect or abuse deemed unsubstantiated are erased 5 years after the investigations are complete. I think is dumb. I think we should maybe keep all of those records. Yeah, they blame the school for harassment. Get out of my business. Get out of my business. You're not raising this child. I am. Get out of my business. Uh-huh. We are I don't know why. I don't know why all of that blinking and flashing is happening. That blame Court TV's website. We are shocked and saddened for the victim and at the unspeakable conditions he endured. The department said in a statement, the now adult victim has shown incredible strength and resilience during the time of healing, and our hearts go out to him. Do they? Do they? So much of this could have been avoided. When when S attended the Waterbury Elementary School as a child, staff saw that he was extremely small and thin and made multiple calls to the stepmother and the Department of Children and Families. Tom Pannone, I feel like Cannoni, like Beverly Cannoni, Tom Pannone, a former principal at the school, told WVIT-TV, Spagnolo said police did not have that information when they responded to S's house in 2005. Waterbury school officials did not immediately return email messages seeking comment on Thursday. Hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay, let me get off of this because that is absolutely psychotic. Wow. Wow. Back to this comment. Oh, okay. So she kept it going all by herself. Yes. She kept it going all by herself because she probably thought that she could. She was probably the mastermind the whole time, but she did not realize that she needed help. I have so many questions and we're not done. That was like one of the first articles covering this, March 14th, 2025. There's so much more. There's so much more. I got a couple hours. I don't gotta be done till like 5:15. I gotta make a thumbnail and be out of here. But wow. Wow. This is getting very testy. I want to know what changed. I want to know what changed in that year that I want to know. I don't need to know. I don't need to know, but I want to know what changed in that year after his father's passing that pushed him to finally get out, right? I want to know because that's not you spent 19 years in captivity essentially. You were enclosed to a room. You were given nothing to eat. Your life was torture. Your life was torture. Then your father passes away. And now everything that your life is because of your stepmother. What happened in that year to push him over the edge, to light a fire, to say, I'm done, I'm out of here? Risking yourself being burned alive inside of that house instead of being tortured. There's something very distracting and it's making me lose my train of thought. I want to know. I don't need to know, but I want to know. But let's see what else is going on in all of this because this is a very interesting situation. This is like Lifetime movie shit, like this should be a made up situation. This should not be real life. I have questions about the father's mental state throughout the past 20 years. I have questions about the money. I have questions about their social media. I have questions about family. I have lots of questions. Where was family? How were reunions? Did you guys ever celebrate Christmas in this house? No one cared. Why was the mother not involved? in S's life. Show me the bank statements. I want to know where the money was coming from into this house, where it was going from this house. I want to know why. I want to know what this family has claimed that S was. Were they getting checks from the government for S? I want to know. I want to tear this up. I want to know every little piece of information about this, because this is next level psychopathy. Next level psychopathy. The Bio family is, yeah, I saw that. I saw that in some of the later ones. Some of the things, like how they want to do like a reunion and like get together, and then there's photos of the house. Oh, we got things. Oh, we got things. If you find anything good, send it to me. We got things. I need some I need some of this. I need some of this. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's I don't need you to play, because I can't play this because I know that I will get freaking claimed. Oh, maybe not. Let's play it. Court TV, don't hate me, but like we need to learn. Let us learn.
Now for what's trending in true crime, and it is enough to make your jaw drop. A man found emaciated, allegedly held captive since 2005. Authorities say the 32-year-old Connecticut man was held for 20 years by his stepmother. 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan facing a slew of charges, including assault, kidnapping, and unlawful restraint. Police said that the man set fire to his room in order to gain his freedom. How sad is that? This victim was subjected to starvation and severe neglect, hadn't received medical care in years, according to.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. This is some crazy shit. This is wild. This is absolutely freaking bonkers, man. Absolutely freaking bonkers. Now, what is she facing? I want to know her charge. They said her charges, but I want to like hear it. Okay, so like a court moment.
To authorities. Sullivan's attorney says she was, quote, stunned to hear the allegations, and she denies them. She's been released after posting $300,000 bond. Wow, that's a high bond. And many are wondering, how on earth did this woman allegedly hold a boy for 20 years without anybody ever noticing or calling authorities? This makes me.
How did no one notice? And where did the money come from? What do you do? Well, we don't know anything about this person. Okay. We need to go faster. I'm losing my brain. I need more. I need fast. I don't want. I need playlist. I need a playlist. Can we get a playlist? Man, this is tough. It is real tough to find stuff on Court TV if it wasn't like from today. And of course there's it's all Lori Vallow stuff, whose trial is basically done. Hi Vinny, how are you? Kimberly. Okay. Where'd she get that money? Where did she get that money? Because that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Okay, so this was from court hearing. This is her attorney speaking.
I am asking for Friday so that we have time to prepare and respond to it.
Under the practice book, you do have 2 days now. So I'll see everyone back here on Friday.
Does the court wish to have us enter a not guilty plea at this time? Would you prefer we do that on Friday?
Why don't we wait till Friday?
Thank you, Your Honor.
And we'll recess till 10:30.
Okay, so that was just asking for how, like, when is she going to plead? Okay, we have 2 of them. This one was from
the case of Kimberly Sullivan, who's married to a man. She has a stepson. At age 11, they remove him from society and confine him in a room for over 2 decades, at times getting like 1 minute in the backyard. Well, that 11-year-old grew up and is 32 years old and is only 68 pounds.
I fucking love Vinny. I love this man so much. Like, I just want to give him a hug. You know, not like a weird way. It's just like, can I just give you a hug? Can I just give you a hug? You know, it's like, yeah, here's a bottle of scotch. You deserve it. You know, like, I don't know. He's just like he's just such a good dude. He's just like he's so he's just like so real. Like, his outrage is like at a real level for things, and I love it so much. He's just like, oh, you're dumb. You're like, his interview with the Karen Reed juror, incredible. If you guys haven't seen, oh my god, he's like, wow, yeah, because you were in a room full of really smart people.
Pounds.
Just calls him dumb.
And figured out a way to escape. His father died, but he was still being held, allegedly, by his stepmother. So he sets a fire so people will respond and literally save him. Yes, from the fire, but really from his stepmother. Take a look at some of the video from that night when the fire was set and the emergency responders, the first responders and police came to the house and saved that young man.
We watched this earlier.
And they didn't even realize it at the time. Unbelievable story. Well, that woman, that evil stepmother, Kimberly Sullivan, was in court today, and Court TV field reporter Cody.
Oh my god, she pleads not guilty. The evil stepmother trial is going to be, it's going to be all over. The evil stepmother trial. Oh my gosh, the evil stepmother. Ugh. Oh my god.
Thomas joining us live with the latest on today's hearings. And I'm hearing there were some statements that were read today, pretty powerful statements that were read.
Absolutely, Vinny. So today's court hearing was not only her arraignment, but it also revolved around a state's motion to modify conditions of release because she was arrested on March 12th, just about 2 weeks ago, and posted bond the following day. So she's been out freely walking around for the past 2 weeks. Now, before we get to those statements, I just want to establish what she's facing, the charges she's...
Right. This is wild to me. She posted bond. That means she's just going to the grocery store, getting her Starbucks, hopping over to CVS to stock up on blue eyeliner. Like, what? Ma'am, you're not right. Like, okay. And I'm going to say this truthfully. I would honestly rather have Erik Conover out and about than this psychopath. Because Erik Conover out and about, someone could be like, hey, let's go talk to a therapist. You know, let's go talk to someone. This person, you tortured. You tortured, you tormented, you starved a human being, the child you were supposed to in and raise as your own, you destroyed that. Allegedly.
Charges she's facing and how much she's facing behind bars. So her charges include first degree assault, a felony, second degree kidnapping, a felony, first degree unlawful restraint, another felony, cruelty to persons, and first degree reckless endangerment, which are both misdemeanors. And in all total, Vinny, she's facing 45 years on those 3 felonies alone, plus 2 years for both of those misdemeanors, so 47 years total. Now back to those statements. Today, during this court appearance, the state presented statements from the victim himself and also from a friend of Kimberly Sullivan, who said she didn't even know that Sullivan had a stepson. Take a listen to these statements.
Shut up. There's no way. Shut up. There is no way. Her friend didn't even know that she had a son. Bro, if I find out that one of my friends is confining and torturing and traumatizing and starving their child, if I find that out, you are done. You are done. Every single thing you have ever said, sent, told me, shown me, taken me to, police will know. Every single word you have ever uttered to me in your entire existence, the police will know. There is no way I would ever hold my fucking tongue. Done. If you were like, oh yeah, by the way, have you seen the news? They like arrested me because like my son, who's like 32 years old, like, set fire to his room. I'm sorry, what? You mean the 68-pound grown man who has been suffering for over 2 decades? That's your son? The person you agreed to take care of? What? No. I would be in that police station for days. And you're like, absolutely not. Here is literally every single thing I know about that person. There's no way. This
victim is afraid. This victim lives in fear. I introduced myself to the victim, explained who I was. His first question in this fear is, why is she out walking around when I was locked up in her room for 20 years? He is following this on TV and social media, so he is aware of what's happening. And I say that because it would lead to his fear. A friend of the defendant's of 21 years has come forward and provided a written statement to the state, to the police, that in the 21 years she's known this defendant, she's never spoken to her stepson.
I'm losing my mind. The entire time you have been friends with this person, they have been torturing S. The entire length of the friendship, he has been locked in his room. Oh my God.
She was shocked to learn she had a stepson. A friend of the defendant's of 21 years has come forward and provided a written statement to the state, to the police, that in the 21 years she's known this defendant, she's never spoken to her stepson. She was shocked to learn she had a stepson, and that friend was never allowed in this house.
Absolutely astonishing there, Vinny. You know somebody for 21 years and they don't even mention they have a stepson, and that's around the amount of time that he was held captive and essentially
living in the house.
In their house. And essentially the state was arguing today for the conditions of release that she be put on house arrest so she could have limited travel, also with a GPS monitor. That's pretty much what the state was arguing for today.
And how about the defense? What did they say about her remaining at large?
So the defense is pretty much saying in the past 2 weeks, she's complied with all the rules set forth by the court, that she's not a flight risk. The defense also says their whole job with her is to protect her rights. And they say her rights are the only ones that matters in this particular case. Take a listen.
This is the third time we are back addressing the same issues. Bond has been set. Conditions of release have been addressed by the court. The state made essentially the same arguments on prior occasions, which were considered by the court and rejected. And I understand that the whole world.
No, see, this is why I could never be a defense attorney. I never will be. I'm in my 30s. I'm not going to law school anytime soon. I mean, I think it'd be really funny if you went to law school in like your 50s and like you turn 60 years old and you're like, I'm a lawyer now. And then you lawyer for like 2 years. And then you're like, I'm retired. That'd be really, I mean, that's kind of baller. It's like the Rookie, but for lawyers. If that show comes out, all I'm saying is I came up with it. No one steal my idea. I could never be a defense attorney because I would never be able to look this woman in their eye and be like, I believe you. No, I don't think, I mean, a lot of defense attorneys don't even care. It's about just being a good attorney. I could never. Nope. Not me.
The whole world wants to convict Ms. Sullivan, and the whole world already has. But this is the only place, the only room in this country where we have an opportunity to protect her rights.
So, Vinny, that defense attorney goes on to pretty much argue that those conditions of release were already set 2 weeks ago once she was arrested, and they don't want the judge to double back on everything that was already set.
All right. Well, this case moving forward, she is like public enemy number one.
Absolutely.
I mean, what this young man went through from age 11. Cody Thomas, thank you so much. We have a special guest joining us now. The biological mother of the victim in this case, Tracy Valorand, is here. Tracy, thank you.
Are we sure? Vinny, are we sure? I trust you. Vinny, I trust you. Vinny, I trust you. Are we 100% sure? I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure. I think we're 100% sure, but I just want to make sure. You know? Is there a possibility? Now, hear me out. Is there a possibility somewhere within the universe that there is a reason? I needed to choose my words properly. Is there a possibility that there is a reason that if heard, all of this would make sense? I'm asking the question. I'm not saying that there is. I'm just asking the question. Posing a question. Is there a possibility? My opinion, absolutely fucking not. Allegedly or not, my mind is made up. Allegedly or not, if you, good luck finding a jury. Allegedly or not, whatever you have, you know, we're stuck with allegedly right now. Good luck finding a jury. Is all I'm going to say. Good luck finding a jury. But also, what could, if there was a thing, what would that thing be that would make you go, I get it? I can't think of anything. All I can think of is this, she better make a deal, and whatever her deal is, it's going to be for the rest of her life. And, you know, I don't want her to make a deal, but that's the best thing that I could think of for her. If everything S says is true, proven, there's already documentation of children saying there's an issue with one of our fellow students, and we're young children. He was pulled out of school. Where is his homeschooling education documents? What is left of the house that can be investigated? Was the house investigated? Where was this room? Did she go back to the house, clean everything up before cops even got there? You know, like what is going on? Something is going awry here. And I don't like it. But I pose the question, is there anything that you could hear, you could see that would make you go, okay, I get it? I don't think there is. I don't see why that would ever be the solution to anything. This is so wild. This is something that hurts more than just your soul. Graceland's death hurts the soul, and of course everyone is going to have questions. The family is shrouded by trauma and grief and loss, and so we have questions. We think about the whys and the and the are we sures. It's a little, things are a little suspicious, but this situation is very much something that should be fiction. This goes deeper than a one-time decision of you're in your room all weekend. I don't want you out this this is more than just a one-time bad decision. This is a lifetime of continually making the same decision to purposefully harm someone.
Thank you so much for joining us. I know this is not easy to talk about. I know how heartbreaking all of this is, but do you know tonight how he's doing?
I don't. I do not. As long as it's an ongoing investigation, he is going to be kept private. And I know he's in a better place right now, so that's what matters.
It'd be difficult for there to be a worse place. And it's great to see that he was able to get out of there. Let's back this whole thing up. How did this happen? How was it that he somehow, the first time I covered the story, I know there were teachers at one point that were very concerned about his well-being. You're his mom. So how, from your perspective, how did all this happen to him?
His father shut me out, and then after a while, he actually shut everybody out. Now, I don't know I know when his father and myself were together, he was not a bad guy. I don't know if he was vindictful that.
Okay, I have a problem. And I'm sure that other people would probably immediately feel this issue as well. What even is all that nonsense? This is there's dogs barking, and it's like, this is not a place for dogs who bark to be. I can push past it's a pet, but it's a trained well enough for public pet to not be a nuisance, but this should be, you should be comfortable if you have a service animal walking around for it to not be bothered by little ankle biter assholes. Is that fucking white one in the I saw her walking by earlier. Yeah, that's the worst one. It's nonsense. Guys, don't bring your pets to places that pets don't need to be. Right. I'll push the if they're old and in a wheelchair and not going to go do anything. They can't move. But don't be going to Walmart putting your puppy in the goddamn shopping cart. Ugh. Unfortunately. Not always. Not always. Every time I see him, very rarely nowadays. No, he's not. He's not. Ay. So this, let's get back. Sorry for the distraction. This is this is a really tough thing to ingest. I'm trying to ingest all of this, and we are looking at the mother of S. I guess. I mean, I'm going to go off of Vinny saying that this is S's biological mother. We're watching S's biological mother talk about S, biological father, their past. From what we know is that she has not been involved in S's life for at least 2 decades. And she just said when his biological father and her were together, he was not a bad guy. Okay. I do not want her to continue having this conversation, putting all of the blame on this situation on the what's her name? Kimberly Sullivan only. Because that's not fair to S's biological father, who has been in that entire situation on the same level playing field as Kimberly Sullivan up until his passing a year ago. So I have anxiety about this. I don't want her to say something that might jeopardize justice for S. I don't want her to say something, because if she is, oh, I'm pleading not guilty, we're going to trial, I want a jury. Okay, great. Guess who will be called as a witness? S's biological mother. And whatever S's biological mother has said in interviews, in public conversations, can be used in court. And I do not want her to say anything that can be twisted by what's her name? Kimberly Sullivan's defense attorney. I don't want this woman to say anything that will jeopardize S's justice that S is seeking, and whatever justice S believes he deserves, he deserves. Period. And if he said, if he's like, well, she should go to jail for a couple years, then I'll be on board with S. If S says, get the chair, I'll be on board with S. It's not a possibility, but I will, what do you mean? S is the one who was tortured for 20 years. This is raising some concerns for me. Can we just go back to when she starts talking again?
How did all this happen to him?
His father shut me out, and then after a while, he actually shut everybody out. Now I don't know.
And who is everybody?
If I know when his father and myself were together, he was not a bad guy. I don't know if he was vindictful that we had split up. I don't know. I'm still
how did
trying
you
to
guys
grasp
split
all
up?
this.
How did you guys split up? How long were you together? Were you married? Was it a divorce? Was it contentious? Did you go to court? What is the history here? I need information, folks. I'm losing my damn mind over here. I need information. You think this man was so vindictive because you broke up with him? Or he broke up with you? Are you going to split? And so we tortured your son for 20 years? Where have you been for the last 19 years? Exactly. Where have you been? Because I know if my biological father tried to take me and would shut my mother out, my mother would have been burnt that house down to get me. Like there ain't no way. There ain't no way that you're going to take my daughter away from me and not let me see her when I need to see her. House burnt down. Car burnt down. Bike burnt down. bank account destroyed, like what credit done, like what do you mean? What were you doing? There are so many. Oh, see, this is why I also could never be an officer, because I can't, or like an investigator, because I need, like, continue to give me information. Continue to give me information. I need it. 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 She's got to know that everyone's going to be like, okay, well, where were you? What were you, like, deployed for 20 years or something? Like, where were you? What were you doing? Where was he? Why is this happening? Why were you super cool with not seeing your son for 20 fucking years? And as more information is coming out, and I get angrier and angrier and angrier, the only person who was actually harmed still, after we keep listening to people talk, the only person who was harmed is S. And S survived, and S is working to get better, and S is working to get stronger, and S is working to get happier, and S is working through problems and issues that all of these humans have caused this poor person, this poor human being. And the only person is S that matters in all of this, right? But we need the information from these people.
And it's really, really, really hard. When DCF was called in 2004 several times, they did nothing. They did absolutely nothing. And just because you have a clean house does not mean you have a healthy house. Parents are supposed to help their children be the best people that they can, grow into responsible adults, not lock them in a room.
So through the years, the separation that you had from him, so what happened? Give us a little bit of the backstory of how you became separated and any efforts that you made to try to reconnect with your son.
I had some issues I was dealing with.
That was the nicest way Vinny could have said it.
Had from him. So what happened? Give us a little bit of the backstory of how you became separated and any efforts that you made to try to reconnect with your son.
I had some issues I was dealing with personally.
What?
That have nothing to do with the Sullivans.
Okay, what were the issues? Because it's going to come out in court. It's going to come out eventually. I know it sucks that your private life. I know it sucks that your private life is now in the public. But by the way, you could have stopped. You could have not had this conversation. You opted in to have this conversation. And I am not trying to point fingers that you did this to S, but you had a part to play in this with S. And if this means you are sitting down and telling millions of people why for the last 19, 20, 22, whatever, how many years you were not fit to be a parent, you were not fit to see your son, that's on you. You need to look you need to look yourself in the mirror and be like, oh shit, my life is on display right now. You got to do it. You got to do it. Suck it up and do it. Suck it up and do it. Accountability matters right now. Because your 32-year-old son was 68 pounds. Yeah, you have to say it.
There's just so much stuff that was happening beforehand.
What?
We started dating, and after we started dating, we
alcohol
got married. And 9 months later, my son was born.
Okay.
Well, I was still going through some of those issues at the time and trying to cope with those issues.
What issues?
I thought the safest place he would be was with a parent, with his father. And that didn't happen.
No, that's not good enough for me.
If you are struggling.
See, that's not good enough for me because I get it. I get it. I get it. You know, I get it. I get it. No one's life is perfect. No one makes the right decisions all the time. You know, no one can. But you opted into this interview. You knew damn well what the I okay, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Sorry. There's a damn dog and it won't stop barking. So I needed to Okay, back to what we were doing.
Struggling, right? And then you know that he may be able to take care of your son. That was the right choice to make. That's the choice. That's the selfless choice that a mother makes who wants the best for their child.
You would think so.
Okay, and I like what Vinny's doing. He's staying on her side. You made the right choice. You know, if you weren't able to do it and you recognize that, that's good. You know, like you put him in hands and with people who were supposed to be able to do it. Not really. It kind of looks like fake almost. It's like an all white like almost large like Scottish terrier thing. It almost looks fake. But it's like she pushes around in a shopping cart. She's here every single day. And this dog is so freaking annoying. And it drives me crazy. And like it just echoes throughout the entire building. It's just like, oh my God, it's the worst. He's naughty enough to not be cute. But yeah, I like what Vinny is doing. He's staying on her side. And I feel like maybe I'm being too harsh. But too harsh is okay. I think I'd be too harsh if it was a situation where it was like, I don't know where my son is, you know, help me find my son. I would probably be being too harsh, but you knew where your son was. You knew where your son was for 20 years. You may not have known the state. Well, you may not have known the state that he was in because you haven't seen him for that entire length of time. But now that you know what is happening, what has happened, what's currently going on, she will be pleading not guilty for sure. She's not going to stand up in front of that judge and be like, "Oh yeah, I'm guilty," because I mean that's a psychopathy issue for another conversation in a few minutes. But this, you know what's going on. You are seeing all of the news blurbs and the articles and the videos, and you're watching it all happen. Social media is blowing up with this, and you are going to take this interview and you are going to sit there and only cry and just say there were things going on. Well, guess what? The things that were going on are going to come out from your life, from your S's biological father's life, from Kimberly Sullivan's life, from their friends' lives, from your family's lives. Everything's going to come out. Like, guess what? You are out. You are no longer a private person. You're still a private person, but your life is no longer private. There are people currently digging into your life, and you may not even be aware of it. Why are they digging into their life, into your life, into his life, into her life, into everyone's lives who are surrounding this case? Because they are probably getting ready to head to trial. Not immediately, not like tomorrow or anything, but they're investigating. They're looking into things. They're doing their research. They're seeing who matters in this case and who doesn't. How did it get here? Where are all the files? Who did this? Who called this? I need a phone number for this. They're digging into your life. So you sitting here on this very popular news crime shit court network crying and not giving any details. I'm not saying you have to. I'm not saying you have to do that. But crying and just saying, "Oh, things were bad, things were bad." Duh. Like, I don't want to sound like a bitch, but duh. Things have to be bad for you to just give up your child and give them to someone else and not see your child for over 20 years. Duh. Like, duh, they have to be bad. We're not dumb, right? The majority of people watching this already know what the bad things were in your life, right? And the problem is we're assuming. You can help us not assume by telling us. But again, you took this interview knowing that questions were going to be asked of you. You didn't necessarily prepare answers for them, because if you prepared answers, it would have been a lot quicker response. Of course, there's emotion behind everything that is being asked. Of course there is. I'm human enough to recognize that. But at the same time, there's a human who suffered for over 20 years. You know, what's worse? What's worse? You sharing why you were not able to be in S's life for that long, or what happened to S for that long? Were you told by maybe an attorney to not share details of why you weren't a parent? If so, you probably shouldn't be taking interviews. I'm gonna need common sense to still run a thread through these people who aren't the ones who directly harmed S. Like, I'm gonna need some common sense here. You know, I'm gonna need some come on, work with me, people. Work with me, people. I think it's fine that she wanted to take this interview. If she didn't want to answer the question or be mysterious or nefarious about it, she could have just said, I really don't want to answer that question right now. I'm not ready to answer that question. It's not for the public to know why. Well, honey, I mean, golly, like, I know it sucks that your life is turning into an open book when you thought your little password was protected, but it is not. People are looking into everything, and not just investigators. These keyboard detectives are all up on it, right? Ugh. It sucks for everyone.
He was kept with monsters.
Did you ever meet Kimberly Sullivan?
I have never met her.
Now, I understand through the years you attempted to.
One did approach her. He was walking away as I was about to approach, and he saw me approaching quickly, and he kind of gave me that. So I think there was like we got it, like, okay, because I can't do it anymore, and you don't want me to handle it,
To reconnect with your son.
I did.
And what happened?
Well, he would
attempted to reconnect.
Okay, sorry.
Now, I understand through the years you attempted to reconnect with your son.
I did.
How? What did you do?
And what happened?
Well, he would, when he used to take my son for walks, I was told where he would take him, and I'd hang out there, and I'd wait for hours and hours. He wouldn't show up. One of my ex-brother-in-laws got a job with me, and we started talking about my son, and he's like, well, let me see if I can arrange to have him come over. So I go over there for a couple hours and never showed up. Never showed up.
How about when he became an adult, right? Because he's 32 now.
He is 32. He just turned 32.
We're showing the house.
How curious were you about how he was doing and where he was?
From the time he turned 18, we started looking for him because he should have been an adult. He should have been in school, out having a job, falling in love. He should have been able to be a person.
Okay. And then what?
Tracy, when you heard this story, how long did it take for you to put the pieces together and realize that it was your son that was saved? Your son that was able to escape from all of this?
My sister had called me and told me we found him. Finally found him.
Take your time.
She keeps saying we found them, like he was missing. Did you ever file a missing person report? What was the custody battle? Where's the paperwork for custody? If you're supposed to have custody, you're supposed to see your son, this many hours a week, this many hours a month, this many hours a day, even. I don't know. Where's the missing person report? I have a son. I tried contacting their father. I don't know where he is. I just want to make sure he's okay. Where's the welfare check? Where's the missing person report? Where's the pounding down doors? Where's okay, I have a restraining order, but can you just go check and make sure my son's okay? Why not just there's something she's hiding. There's a lot of shit she's not saying right now, and it's pissing me off. Didn't you know where the house was? Never paid a visit. You work with you work with S's biological father's brother? Were they in on it too? What is going on? This feels like when I started learning about Karen Reed case, was like, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Over and over again. It's like, well, everyone's talking, but no one's saying anything. Everyone's talking, but no one's saying anything. You know, it's like there's so many voices, but nothing is actually being said. This doesn't make any sense. This is just pissing me off. This is pissing me off. This is just pissing me off.
Your time, Tracy. Now,
on top of just a steady baseline of being pissed off of what happened to us. Like just that alone, I'm mad at everybody involved with this. Like, I'm mad at anyone who had any sort of responsibility over this child, other than the children that he actually went to school with. They cared. They cared. They said, hey, Teach, can we get this kid checked out? Like, we want to make sure. Like, I saw him digging through the trash for a snack. You know, it's like, I gave him half my sandwich, but like, can we get this kid checked out? Those kids stepped up. Those children had more sense in their brain than any other adult around this kid. And I say kid because this all started when he was a kid. I am mad.
My understanding from what we heard in court is that your son may be following some of the developments of this story, maybe watching news reports like this about the story. If he's watching now, or if he watches this when it's posted online, do you have a message for your son?
I'm sorry he had to go through this. He shouldn't have had to do that ever. He shouldn't have had to deal with that. And he could have been taken out of that in 2004 if DCF did their job.
Pushing the blame. I get it. For sure. If DCF did a follow-up, you know, an unplanned follow-up or another check-in or maybe a pop-in at school or something like that, sure, things probably would have went a different way. But also, ma'am, that is also your child. I understand. Wow. Accountability is hard. That's tough. It's tough for a lot of people. Sorry, these bunch of, I have to put them away. They're so good. I could eat that whole box. Oh my God, this bunch of so good. Pushing the blame, right? She just pushed the blame completely onto DCFS or DCF or whatever they call it over there. If they just did their job. If you just mothered, I mean, like, I don't, not from I want to pile onto this woman standpoint, but anyone can make that argument and point to the person standing next to them when it comes to the health and safety and well-being of S. If anyone was his mother, if anyone was his father, if anyone was an actual good stepmother, you know, if DCFS did this, if the teachers called more times, if the kids raised hell more times, you know, but it lands on everyone, not those kids, you know. More land on the kids, his fellow schoolmates. Take some accountability. Maybe I should have done more. I wish I was able to, in that back then, to do more. To fight harder, to fight longer. She's feeling shame. This is intense. This is a very this moment right here is very intense for her. She was faced with a very square question of basically like, are you going to take any accountability for not looking, finding, helping, saving him before it got out of hand? or years ago, before he was taken out of school, or when he turned 18 or something like that. But it doesn't seem like she's able to say that at all. Golly, this is really difficult. This is really difficult. I don't understand. Like I heard her words, oh, he wasn't a bad guy when we were together. He shut out me, he shut out everybody except for his brother, because his brother made it seem like since you two were working together that you get the kid over and you could see S. I don't know. This is very it's not sitting well with me. None of this is sitting well with me.
Tracy, what are your hopes and plans now for the future? Now that he's escaped the torture and is recovering.
I'm so happy that he did. I want him to do whatever he wants to do. If he wants to go to school, go back to school. If you want to learn how to do something with your hands, do something that makes you happy. That's what he needs to do, is do something that makes him happy.
Well, Tracy, I know this is, and everyone at home, their hearts are breaking for your son. I know people across the nation are praying for him and are hoping for the best for him and his recovery. And I know you're there for him as well. I want to thank you for joining us, Tracy, and sharing the story, because it makes it real. And I'm wondering, as this progresses through everything, are your hopes that at some point you two may be able to share some moments together?
I would love that. I would love that.
I think you both deserve it. Tracy, thank you so much, and we wish the best for you, your family, and obviously for your son. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. When we come back, we'll bring in our think tank and get their take on this case that really.
Okay. Let's see. I want to see some of the comments on this video. 183 comments. 183 comments. Let's just read some comments, shall we? Someone says, Autism Mama Los Angeles says, this woman is basically a stranger to this victim. Even worse, he had to languish for years wondering why his bio mom didn't care enough to get him. Interesting thought. Someone says, yep, you wonder why she has resurfaced now. She claims they were looking for him, but were they? It's a question that we had. Oof. See, I thought I was being harsh, but this is a harsh one. These are not my words. This is just a comment. Giving your son up due to drug addiction is not selfless. Giving up drugs, getting in rehab, that is selfless. Getting clean and raising your child is selfless. No. She never said in this moment that drugs were an issue, that drugs were the reason, that drugs were the problem that she was having. She never said that. Those were not words that she used. But if drugs were the issue, it's a common level, it's a common take, and it's a very smart take. You don't give up the kid, you give up the drugs. Yes. But there's risk. I think there's more risk there than giving up your child, than getting off of the drugs in the appropriate amount of time if you're trying to do it the right way, in the safe way, etc., etc. I think that's a hard it's a hard, solid one side or the other take. Um, and I'm not comfortable taking the one side or the other. Um, when you give up your child instead of allegedly the drugs, this is what could happen. And I think that that's an argument that some people could make. And I don't, this is not a normal situation, an average situation. But there are plenty of kids who are suffering and being tortured and, living not the best lives in foster homes, in within the system. So it's a very that's a hard one-sided take. Giving it's either this or this. It's tough. That's tough. It's a hard one, and I really hope I'm never in the position where I have to make that decision, which I will never be. But never say never. You never know, but I also never want kids, so that I'm not going to be. But uh this is I'll tell you, this is disgusting. The judge should be shamed for not locking her up. Amazing the courts are easier on women. This is horrifying. That's one. Someone said that there's two Ryled said the two stepdaughters and their boyfriends saw him / knew of abuse. All 5 should be in jail. Victim didn't escape because he was threatened with 24/7 lockup. His closet / lockdown jail room had no heat or air conditioner. I don't know this information. We know about the no heat and the no air conditioner. I don't know anything about the two stepdaughters and their boyfriends, and they saw him and they knew of him. So maybe there's some more information out there. Well, we got to do some more digging. This is from my mother's point of view. I cannot understand why she was not in his life and didn't know the stepmother. Wild horses wouldn't keep me away from any child of mine. She should have known everything about him, from what color socks he was wearing and what his favorite food is. So sorry. No sympathy for the bio mother. I hope the young man gets all the help he needs. Oops, motherfucker.
The case of Kimberly Sullivan.
So sorry, no sympathy for the bio mother. I hope the young man gets all the help he needs and goes on to have a good life with all the love and support of caring people. I do have a little sympathy for the biological mother. The level could change. I would like more information. My level gauge will shift and adjust. It's hard for me to see a video, see one interview, and to just take I'm on this side and nothing will ever change my mind. We're a jury, let's get the evidence. Let's get the sides, let's hear the conversations. And then, we'll make our own decisions from there, and whatever decision we all make, individually, as a group, what have you, is fine. A lot of hate on the mother. His bio mom did nothing for over 20 years. Everyone failed him. Okay, so I'm seeing stepmom Kimberly Sullivan and his half sisters, Alyssa, 28, and Jamie Marie, 27, were all his captors. All right. Let's see. Kimberly Sullivan children. Oh, fuck, here we go. Okay, this is from Eyewitness News. Let me go down here. Eyewitness News 3, The Wax. That's stupid. Department of Children and Families finds records concerning Kimberly Sullivan and stepson, who she allegedly held captive for 20 years. Okay, so this is just a quick little thing. Department of Children and Families says that it has found records concerning Kimberly Sullivan and her stepson, who she allegedly held captive for 20 years. The stepson told police that he met with DCF twice in the 4th grade before his mother pulled him out of school because they kept contacting the department. At the time, he told police that Sullivan instructed him to tell DCF everything was fine. That was back in 2005. They did no longer records of any interactions with Sullivan or family because state law did not require them to keep records of unsubstantiated claims after 5 years. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for how many kids does Kimberly Sullivan have? Oh my gosh, there is so much. Does Kimberly Sullivan have 2 daughters? Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. I have so much to do. We have so much to look into. There was a Freedom of Information Act for the 911 call for the night of the fire. $300,000 bond. Financial hardship. Here we go. Okay, so this is some new more information that we have yet to come across. Court records, however, paint a picture of financial hardship. The couple filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy separately within a 5-year span, citing insurmountable debt from credit card obligations to major lenders, including Capital One, Chase, Citibank, and Sears. The family's financial strain also included a first and second mortgage on their home. Police said Craig Sullivan died last year. Despite Craig Sullivan's last standing job as a shipper at a local company, Gem Manufacturing, the couple struggled to keep up with their expenses. Court documents indicate that Kimberly Sullivan had also filed for bankruptcy separately in an earlier case. At her arraignment on Wednesday, the bail commissioner reported her only current income was from welfare and her only work experience was in retail. According to police, the victim's confinement began in childhood. He was pulled out of school in the 4th grade. So where's his homeschool education? Like where's his education? Who fucking did you just put him in a room and just and like forgot about him? What there was a comment saying that she had 2 other kids. So what is going on here? DCF workers visited Sullivan home twice. After a second visit, he was removed from school permanently, effectively vanishing from public view. The victim was no longer in school. Financial records show the household continued reporting $450 in monthly tuition payments, presumably for the couple's 2 daughters. Here we go. Along with $180 per month spent on cigarettes and $80 allocated to their pets, which included a dog, cat, and a ferret. Multiple cats. Over the 3 years, state and school officials continue to raise questions, but police say the family resisted their inquiries. Police said the Sullivans even filed a harassment complaint against school officials who attempted to check on the child's well-being. Okay, so they did have other kids. Family members, too, were pushed away. A brother of Craig Sullivan told police that he had not seen the victim since 2004 or 2005. In the early years, Craig Sullivan's brother recalled celebrating Christmas Eve with the family, but those visits abruptly stopped. He recalled to police the victim, a boy at the time, was always skinny, meek, and mild-mannered. He suspected something was wrong. Attempts to ask questions were reportedly interrupted by Kimberly Sullivan, according to the warrant for her arrest. Craig Sullivan's such an awful way to spell Craig. Craig Sullivan's brother and his wife eventually stopped receiving responses when they tried to reach out. A decade ago, Craig Sullivan's brother concern deepened. Oh my God. He consulted a private investigator who suggested searching public records for a death certificate, and there was none. When he finally saw his nephew in the hospital after the fire last month, he was devastated by the sight. I was shocked. He looks like a Holocaust survivor. That is intense. In his interviews with police, a victim recounted a life of secrecy and control. He described how his 2 half-sisters were allowed to have friends, but he was their secret. Visitors were rare, and when someone did come to the house, S was ordered to remain silent. The threat of food deprivation and extended lockdowns loomed over him constantly. He told investigators he confirmed that in addition to Kimberly and Craig Sullivan, others in the family knew of his captivity, including his 2 half-sisters and a deceased grandmother. While none of them physically confined him, he said they were aware of his plight. Oh my, okay. Okay. Oh my God. As the investigation unfolds, Kimberly Sullivan's attorney, Colloidus, has denied the allegations against his client, shifting responsibility to Craig Sullivan. Of course you would. Of course you would. Of course you would. Because he's dead. He was the biological father. He was the one who dictated how his son would be raised. So why were the restrictions of life not lifted once he died? Why did Kimberly Sullivan not open that door and say, "Oh my gosh, he's gone. It's over. Our suffering is over"? So that is absolute crap. I hate that. Hate that so much. And that is confirmation from Connecticut Post that there are 2 other kids around-ish the same age as S. Younger, but yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. This is, I believe, like their newest one. And we will watch it, and then it will probably be the last thing that we do. This is titled "Man Allegedly Held Captive by Stepmother for Years Breaks Silence." So we got almost a 9-minute video, and then we'll call it a day. I have to make a thumbnail, so I gotta have to skedaddle soon.
Welcome back. This morning, we're shining a spotlight on the Connecticut man allegedly held captive by his own stepmother for 20 years. This as he makes his first comments on what he says happened to him. The 32-year-old man who weighed only 68 pounds was rescued from his stepmother's home in February. This after reportedly setting a house fire so that he could be saved. Here's his stepmother on body camera at the scene of the fire.
is in the house? Who else is in here?
My stepson is in here.
How many
I'm
other
trying to help
people?
him out. That's it. I have 2 cats.
Everybody's out?
Yes.
Oh, your stepson's still inside?
Yeah, he's right here.
Okay,
Yes.
come out. Come down the road. Come on, come on.
Her stepson made his first public comments via Facebook saying, quote, "Please call me S. This is not the name given to me by my parents when I was born, but I will use that name as I reclaim control over my life and my future." The stepmom, defendant Kimberly Sullivan, is charged with assault, kidnapping, unlawful restraint, cruelty to persons, and reckless endangerment. She's pleaded not guilty to those crimes. S is also said to be doing much better and is stronger since his rescue. Let's talk about this.
Good.
I have
That's
still
good.
with me Chief Chris Anderson. I want to welcome in now former prosecuting attorney, professor, and author Wendy Murphy. Wendy, let me begin to you. You and the chief are both tremendous advocates for victims. When you hear about the state this man was in, and now he's trying to regain control, I don't even think we can begin to fathom what that looks like. Would you kind of take us behind the scenes and what may be going on in this young man's life?
Sure. I mean, who knows the details?
You don't really, yeah, like she's gonna say, like, who knows the details of all the things you went through, right? Like, yeah, it's a weird question. It's an odd question there. I mean, I don't really see the point. Like, we don't know. We don't know what's going on. That's the point. He should be allowed to be public or private right now. Like this person should be allowed to be.
I think we will all be disgusted and shocked when those come out. But what strikes me is how incredibly strong he sounds. That is a young man with fortitude and resilience, and good for him. A lot of children would not have survived with the capacity to make some of the statements he's made. So cheers to him. Really, really unusual in my experience that someone who's been abused for so long from such a young age has the ability to communicate so in such a, I don't know, hopeful way. Maybe that's the wrong word. But what it reminds me of, and I think for those of us who remember the book, A Child Called It, there is something disturbing about the fact that a child can disappear at age 11 from the public school system after multiple reports to Child Protective Services were made. And in fact, that's why the child was removed from the public school system, was to stop school officials from trying to protect this poor child. He disappears. Perhaps they, filed some kind of homeschooling desire, these horrendous parents. But he just disappears and no one's on the lookout. I mean, that is really the scariest thing for me when it comes to homeschooling, that we lose the ability to use government resources like protective services agencies to, just inject themselves into the children's lives when necessary to protect them from parents like this.
Right.
It just
Which is a concern that I have when it comes to her defense. Which comes to her defense. Her defense attorney is going to turn blame on the deceased father. And just like his biological mother did, try to use DCFS found nothing wrong. So why should we? If DCFS did their jobs, this wouldn't have happened, is the biological mother's viewpoint. But I fear the defense might use a little bit of, well, DCFS didn't find anything wrong. And then maybe things got out of control. The father took things to the next level, and she too was held captive. So that is where I get worried when it comes to the defense of this case. And where are the kids? And when I say kids, the other 2 daughters, they're I'm sure in their 20s.
It's so disturbing to me that this still happens today when we know damn well that a child in danger behind closed doors is a child that we really have a hard time protecting. This is a perfect example.
It sure is. Wendy, thank you for that point. Chief Anderson, I would love your thoughts on the point Wendy just raised about how does this happen? Aren't there red flags with people who should be wondering, where's the little boy?
Yes, and Wendy is exactly right. You know, that there should be people advocating for him, and we should be using all of the powers that be in order to find this child. But, you know, usually in cases such as this, the biggest advocates are family members. And what these people do are they start to isolate their children or that person from those family members. And after a while, they just they work to make this person disappear. Now, you know, so that happens in most of the cases that I've investigated where you've had a child that was taken away from their loved ones. I remember specifically a case where an older lady had been kidnapped by her son. Actually, he was holding her hostage. And when we found her, she was probably, you know, the same weight as this young man was when he was found. And she had been missing for years, but there were people that were still out advocating for him. And that's the whole key behind it. You have to keep advocating for this missing person. You have to keep talking to law enforcement. No matter how many doors close, there's always one that will be open for you. And keep that mindset and that fortitude as you are looking for this person, because his or her life literally depends on your advocating.
Oh, Chief, I love that. Preach. You're giving everybody hope, everybody who's watching this program. And hopefully there aren't that many people who've got a missing loved one, but we know there are cases. We have you both on to talk about them frequently where everyone's just holding out hope. And as you said, keep up the advocacy.
Yes. Continue.
Let's go back to S for a moment. Now, I have another quote I want to share with you both from him. He's even older than I realized. So he's clearing up how old he was when this started. So he's saying he's a survivor of more than 20 years of captivity and domestic abuse, held prisoner in his own home from the time he was taken out of the 4th grade at age 11 until 2 months ago. He's 31 now. He admits, I purposely...
Pause. If you're in kindergarten when you're around 5... first, second, third, fourth, wouldn't you be like 5th or 6th grade at age 11? I thought like 5th grade was like 10-year-olds. 6th grade was like 11-year-olds. It was like 11, 12, 13, and then like 14, 15, 16, 17 to like 18 is like high school. I feel like 11 for 4th grade is a little old for 4th grade. Is that weird? Because I mean, if you're 11 in 4th grade, you're 12 in 5th, you're 13 in 6th, you're 14 in 7, you're 15 in 8th, 16, 17, 18, 19, you're 19? I'm a little confused on that. I would need some clarification. Was he held back a couple years? Did he start late? What's going on there? What's going on there? Was he just told he was in 4th grade when he was really
purposely set the fire that helped set me free? Gosh, Wendy, thank goodness he did, right? I mean, I think it's kind of genius. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, wow. Where did he get the idea? How smart was he? How incredible that he had the strategic capacity intellectually, despite what he went through, to be so clever. And you have to be desperate. I mean, this is where the will to live comes from inside of all of us. And if you get to that point where burning a house down is the only thing you can do to help people find you, then bully for you, do it. I hope the word gets out to other abused kids. I have concerns about saying that because obviously anyone who's isolated also isn't going to hear about these sorts of stories. So they're getting the message that these are things you might be able to do. Arson is about as desperate as a child can get, but I say give kids whatever tools they need to get what they need, to get them away from abusive parents in a context where the people who are supposed to be protecting them are the bad guys, and there's no way for police to get inside to help, or protective services or neighbors or anybody. So I just want to say one quick thing, Julie, if you don't mind. One thing that irritated me about the recent news story for this poor kid is that there's a GoFundMe account, which is great. Give him all the money and then some. He deserves a wonderful support system, no exceptions. But there's a request in there for money for legal fees. Now on Court TV, I just want to be the first one to say, any lawyer who would charge this kid money at this point, shame on you. Do it for free. This is exactly why lawyers do pro bono work.
Yes.
Do it for free. Don't you dare take money from that GoFundMe account. Shame on you, whoever that lawyer is, begging for money from his GoFund. No, stop it.
You're right, Wendy. And as you know, lawyers are encouraged to do so much pro bono work every year. A great point. This quickly, I just have to make 2 points. The attorney representing Ms. Sullivan.
What is his? Okay, let's see. What would it be? Is it in the?
Sullivan is saying that the statements by S are filled with, quote, half lies and distorted facts. And while thank goodness everybody got out of this house alive, certainly we would never recommend arson or such a thing. This young man is just very lucky that this was able to be the thing that got law enforcement to rescue him. So fortunately it worked out for him. We have to leave it there for now.
Okay, interesting. I want to find the GoFundMe. Is there no longer GoFundMe? I just don't know. I don't know what it would be under. I just don't know. Okay, let me just look something up. Okay, I found it. Okay, I found it. That was really hard because there wasn't like a name associated with it. So here is the Connecticut Rescue, A Second Chance. Safe Haven of Greater Waterbury is organizing this fundraiser. We are reaching out to help a Connecticut man who endured unimaginable hardship for 20 years. He was held captive in a room, subjected to abuse, starvation, and neglect. He was rescued last month after courageously setting a fire to gain his freedom. nicotine budget, yeah, bankrupt, right. Yeah, that's a whole. I need more. I want more on those financials. So so they what? So it sounded like they separately both at least once filed for bankruptcy, and it seemed like Kimberly might have filed twice, is what I kind of gathered from that one article, is that she might have filed actually twice throughout her life. And now I'm sitting on, where are these other two daughters? Who are they? I'm going to be looking for more information on them as well. This brave individual, now at 32, 5'9", 68 pounds. He has gained weight. He is doing better. I think this started a month or so ago. Oh, excuse me. I need some caffeine. Had been trapped in this horrific situation since he was just 11 years old. He had been deprived of basic medical and dental care education, suffering both physically and mentally from the abuse he endured. With the help of first responders, he was rescued from the fire, treated for smoke inhalation, began to regain his sense of hope. Now he's facing the immense challenge of rebuilding his life after such a traumatic experience. How your donation will help raise funds raised will well, I'm just a little dyslexic, sorry. Funds raised will go toward providing the victim with medical and dental care, counseling and therapy for physical and emotional recovery, housing and daily living expenses as he rebuilds his independence, and support for legal fees, ensuring he can pursue justice for the abuse he suffered. I think he might be looking to, this is giving, he wants to sue her separately from separately from the state's charges against her. This is what this is giving. We just heard the woman in the last video. She said she got really mad. She goes, "How dare you, like, pro bono?" Which understandably, yes, of course, this kid wants it, he should. And we say kid because I'm still kind of stuck on him being like, since he was 11. And I'm sure that his mental, psychological, emotional, like, maturity level is grown in a way that very few people would experience. But he has not socialized like the majority of humans out in the world. So yeah. So I fear that he might still have, sort of like a childish, not childish, like a childish level of understanding when it comes to the world. But at the same time, having been tortured and suffering for so long, his mental understanding is in a completely different place uh, than like anybody, than the majority of the world. So he's experienced life in such a way that the majority of us would never be able to understand. God, it just absolutely breaks my heart. Who are allowed to have friends? It boggles my mind. There are two other daughters in this house thing. Just my brain has imploded in on itself. Like, I can't even, like, I'm at the point where I think I will not be putting this down until it all like I'm stuck on it now. I saw in I don't know if it was read out loud or something, I was reading sort of on the side as I was listening to things, that one of the daughters is driving her and like picking her up from court. So at least one of the daughters is completely like in support of mom. They knew about this. They saw this. They were there as it was happening. They should be catching some charges as well, right? If you're 24 years old and there's a man who is a grown man who is 68 pounds living in an 8x8 windowless room, with his waste being excreted from a hole in the wall, what are we doing here? But you can go out and you can go to the mall, you can go see movies, go out to dinner and all that stuff. What are we doing here? It's setting in. It's setting in. No. The support for legal fees, I think that just might be covering some either basics, um, just in case, or if there was maybe conversation of I want to sue someone, I want to hit them with legals from a different side other than just like the state's charges. Every donation, no matter how small, will help give this survivor a chance to heal, rebuild, and find peace. Please consider supporting him in his journey toward recovery and freedom. Thank you for your generosity and for helping bring hope to someone who has suffered far too long. This GoFundMe is being managed by Safe Haven of Greater Waterbury, Incorporated, and all funds will go directly to the victim. So Safe Haven of Greater Waterbury is a 501c3, providing confidential support to victims of domestic violence and sexual abuse since 1978. And they have a website as well. Fantastic. Oh, wow. Updates. Update 6. Updates 6. Wow. Okay. Holy. Oh, wow. Let's read some updates. March 14th, we're so overwhelmed by the outpouring of support from the community. We far surpassed what we thought we would, and we are so grateful that you have opened your heart to this individual. We will keep updating you as we go over the next few days. If we can ask you all to continue to share, as he most likely has a lengthy journey ahead. March 18th, a big thank you, everyone who stepped up to show just how much the story has impacted us. We're in the process of setting up a trust. Good. And we'll update this page with the details as soon as we have them. March 21st, thank you all for your donations and word of encouragement. We'll be keeping this open for a bit to raise as much as we can to assist in ensuring the individual is able to thrive. Okay. We do not have a set amount. We just hope it helps in whatever way he needs. Perfect. March 27th. At this time, we're unable to provide information or updates regarding the individual due to confidentiality requirements under CGS 52-146K. That's fine. The investigation is still ongoing with law enforcement. We anticipate that further details may be shared by another source soon. We're currently working with an attorney to initiate the legal process, allowing access to the donations. Thank you for your generosity and continued support in this matter. That is not good. Whoever is representing outside of the state, this person, S, they should be not taking a single dime. April 7th, S is ready for his next step in treatment. Medicaid will cover some costs, but not all. Due to the years of malnourishment and confinement, his legs need extra attention. Okay, he is medically stable and ready to transition to the next phase of his recovery. We are asking for financial donations that can be used to cover the cost of his care. Wow. Nice. Okay. Okay, this is a big one. And this is from yesterday. A message from S. Please call me S. This is not the name given to me by my parents when I was born. I am choosing a new name for myself, and I will use that name as I reclaim control over my life and my future. My name is my choice, and it is the first of many choices I will make for myself now that I am free. I am a survivor of more than 20 years of captivity and domestic abuse. I was held prisoner in my home from the time I was taken out of the 4th grade at age 11 till 2 months ago at age 31, when I purposefully set the fire that helped set me free. I'm speaking out today to begin the process of reclaiming my life and to have my say in how my story is told. I am much better and stronger than I was the day the first responders carried me out of my home. I am beyond grateful for the care I have received since then. To all the healthcare professionals who have helped and nurtured me, thank you. In addition to all of your care, I appreciated the chance to have my first ever birthday party to celebrate turning 32. I also want to thank the first responders, the law enforcement investigators, and everyone who is working to hold those responsible for my abuse accountable. Thank you to everyone at Safe Haven Waterbury and everyone who has given to the GoFundMe page that will help cover some of the overwhelming expenses I will face in the weeks, months, and years to come. I am grateful to the conservator and my attorney who will help guide me through the legal process ahead. They have been invaluable to me. I am grateful for their tireless support. Much has already been said that tells part of the story of the abuse I endured. Someday, perhaps my whole story will be told. I asked everyone involved in my story to fully cooperate with the authorities who are helping me seek justice for these crimes. I also ask the public and the media to respect those investigations and my privacy at this process as this process plays out. This isn't just a story, it's my life. Thank you all for your thoughts and messages, your support, and your continued prayers as I recover. Please forward any inquiries about my recovery, requests, or information or interviews or the process ahead to David Guarino at Survivors Say, who has volunteered to serve as my spokesman. Thank you. Do we think David Guarino has any relation with Nicholas Guarino of the Karen Reed trial? Because if so, that would be so fucking weird. So this is his this is S's GoFundMe. Connecticut Rescue, a second chance. And this is a photo of the house that he set on fire, which is so fucking cool. That's a lot. I'm gonna do some more in my own personal time. But if you guys, if y'all find something, feel free to share. Let me know. With maybe some new information. As things become public, it's gonna be tough for us to stay private. I understand his want and his right to be as private as possible moving forward. Unfortunately, there are going to be people all up in his shit for a long time. It may die down as other news stories sort of break, and then there will be, a trial date set, and something will happen, or charges will be added, or charges will be dropped, and people will be at your door again, and trial this and jury this, and people are digging and investigators are investigating, and I hope that is explained to him in a very true way of, I know you want to be private and you deserve to be private, but there's going to be people digging and looking like at him personally. I'll react to videos that are already out there. I'll react to articles that are already out there or court stuff, that's public, but I'm not going to email him or anything. That's insane. I'm not looking for Facebook pages or anything like that, because that's just not necessary. If it hasn't hit the news, I personally like to stick to things that are directly from court, because that's y'all raised your right hand, but this is clearly not in court. Talking about court, let's do a little what's happening. What's the haps? Karen Reed trial is set to start on Tuesday. Do I think it will? I don't think so. I don't know. I mean, okay, today's Friday. They have 2 days left to get ready for it, or 3 days left, excuse me. Sunday is Easter. I don't know. I think they will. They're supposed to. Jury knows to, unless something happens on Monday and they have to tell the jury, by the way, you don't come in tomorrow, come in on Wednesday. I don't know. I think it might quite a process. We have 18 jurors, which is cool, so we're ready to go. The finals of the final motions are being handled, and those will be decided on like Tuesday or by written decision, because we know Judge Canoni, she does not like to rule from the bench. She could have, but whatever. And the first day off after it starts, I will be doing, well, we're going to just be getting into it, you know. We're going to be catching up. We're going to be in a constant state of catch up for the Karen Reed trial, but that's okay. I'd rather be in a constant stage of catch up than you know, there's always going to be something, you know, like we always got something every day, a reason to stream, a reason to check it, check it out. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I'm going to skedaddle because my lips are chapped. We did a lot of talking today. But I think it was a good day. We talked a lot about, we talked about important things. Yeah, Karen Reed is, I can't believe it's happening. It's happening. It's like happening. It's happening. Here we go. Karen Reed. All right, next time I see y'all, we'll talk about something else. I don't know. I don't have an outro or anything. So I will see you next time. Turn on your notifications because I don't know when that will be. All right. That's it. I'm gonna play my outro again. My intro is my outro. It's okay. It'll be fine.